Rules! How's it going? How's it going? Welcome back. Welcome back. It's finally time to start up Death Stranding. Let's do it. I'm not sure how long this playthrough is going to be. It's probably going to be pretty long. We're not going to do every last little thing. It won't be like a full 5-star playthrough, you know, where we 5-star all the preppers and the distro centers and read every last lore item, but it's not going to be a quick playthrough either, I don't think. You know, we're going to take our time, going to take it easy. For me, there's no other way to really play this game. You gotta stop and smell the roses and vibe out to the tunes and all the rest of it. It's kind of a zen experience, Death Stranding. Hold on. Let me turn that off. Let me see who's here. Kaiser, average size tarp, lurker, not new, Sid, Mr. Melon, Greg's, all the people.
Thanks.
Utsorio, everyone, Dalton, Mr. Stunt. Let's see, 13, thank you very much for the 26. Schneipper, this is a Strand stream. This is maybe not the first Strand type stream, but it is a Strand type stream. It is the first ever Strand type subathon, though, so we are making history in one way. Hold on a second.
Thanks.
Firelord with the 94 as well. Thank you. Thanks. You. Waroth with the 16. Thank you. Cheers. Cheers. Hold on. Some of that music I was playing, I think, was unreleased. Some of that I don't think is even on the official soundtrack. Hold on. Okay. But yeah, we better get this playthrough started. We have Death Stranding 2 around the corner. Hold on. Let me boot up this game. Let me remove... Actually, hold on. I'm gonna leave... Jesus fucking Christ, that's loud. Thanks. Holy shit. I need to turn down some of those sub-alerts. I don't remember them being that loud, though. Jesus. Hey, Hachiro, thank you for gifting a sub to Coney. Cheers. I will be playing the director's cut on PC. The category just says the regular version, but we are playing the director's cut. I put it on the normal category because way more people follow the normal Death Stranding category. I don't think it really makes that big of a difference. Now, let me remove this splash screen. I have no idea what the audio balancing is going to be like here. We might have to tinker with it a bit. There we go.
Thanks.
Oh, wait, I know. It's just the volume in my headphones that's too loud. Hold on a second. Yeah, I had that music really turned up on my end. PC version. Yeah, PC version. For some reason it doesn't appear to be capturing. Hold on, what are you guys seeing on the screen? Are you still seeing Agent 47? You're seeing the Death Stranding menu. Okay, okay, right. We're ready to go. Let's do it. Let me just get my stream elements up here. But yeah, Death Stranding. Some people really don't like the game and think it's boring. Some people really like the game. Isn't that amazing? I am one of the people who really like Death Stranding. I liked it from the get-go. From my first moments playing the game, I enjoyed it. You know, some people, they had to warm up to it. They maybe had to try replaying it a couple of times. Some people didn't like it until they got to chapter 3, you know, because the tutorial and the intro and the eastern section is pretty long. It takes a while before the game opens up in chapter 3 when you start building roads and stuff. That's where some people started to have their fun. I really enjoyed it from the get-go. I just... even the whole tutorial sequence, just taking in the vibes, trekking through the world, just the feeling of the way it played. I enjoyed the strangeness of it, not really knowing what the game was or where it was going to go. There was a real kind of novelty in that and excitement in that I really enjoyed on the first, even on the first run. I have my fair share of problems with this game too, which we'll get into. Narratively, it's kind of all over the place. A lot of the character stuff and the scenes really don't work for me in this. It has some of Kojima's worst ever exposition, some of his worst dialogue. But there's also a lot of the story that I really do like as well. I think it starts off really strong. I think it ends really strong. And there's a lot of wobbliness in the middle throughout. But when it comes to the core experience, the overall experience of it, I really enjoy it. Let me see here. Static Soul with the 4. Thank you very much. Greg's with the gifted sub to Ricky. Thank you. Hachiro, I did thank you for your gifted sub to Coney. Okay, I think we're ready to go. I think we're ready to roll. Yeah, definitely for me, Bad Humans. But yeah, we'll talk all about it as we go through. Let's go. New game. Starting a new game. Your game will be saved automatically, overriding your previous save data. Are you sure you want to proceed? Yes. Yeah, for the director's cut, they added a new difficulty. Very hard. Recommended for those who are particularly good at action games. Deliveries and battles will be more challenging, but completing the game at this difficulty level will make you the envy of all your fellow porters. Okay, yeah, we'll go for very hard. It really doesn't make the difficulty of the game all that much more interesting. You know, the boss fights and the combat and all that really aren't where this game shines, even if some of those aspects can be enjoyable. But yeah, like the traditional way in which games are hard is really not all that of an interesting part of DS. Let's go for very hard. Although I do like some aspects of very hard now that I'm thinking about it. The way structures degrade way faster, you really do start to feel that, and it does factor into how you manage your time in the game. And managing your time and the concept of time is a big thing in Death Stranding. I think it even adds to the world building, which is cool. Like you'll deliberately try not to sleep as much on very hard, because when you sleep in the game, you refresh, you get your health back and everything, but many hours pass. And with those hours that pass, your structures start to degrade. So that's something you genuinely do feel on very hard. Like all your roads start to weather, all your zipline structures start to weather. And yeah, you spend too much time sleeping, you're going to have to go around repairing all your shit, spending all this time repairing all your shit. So I think that is my favorite part about very hard, rather than, you know, making bosses spongier or whatever. Okay, let's do it. Has Storm arrived? Hey, Storm. Let me just check one thing here. Yeah, I have no idea how the audio is going to be balanced. I'm going to just turn it up a bit. If it's too loud, I can turn it down. Ghosty, cool to see you play this game again. It's one of your favorite games. Yeah, I think I remember you saying that before. Hold on. Why the fuck is Twitch so awkward to scroll for me? Came out during a hard time in your life and helped you put your mind at ease. Special place in your heart. That's nice to hear. Yeah, I think a lot of people have this kind of grew to have this kind of sentimental attachment to the game. I think for a lot of people who played it for the first time during COVID as well had a particularly unique experience, given how the game is all about, you know, how it kind of parallels those events in some ways, just the extreme isolation and the themes of the game. Okay, let's do it, shall we? Change text size. I think I'm okay with normal text. I think it's worth if you're a big fan of Death Stranding, I would say the director's cut is absolutely worth it. If you didn't like the game and you're hoping that the director's cut can save the game, or like it's going to be a total game changer that's going to fundamentally change the game, no, it's not going to really change your opinion on the game. But if you're already a fan of the game, yeah, I think it's definitely worth it, because a lot of the new tools are really fun to play around with. Like the new ramps, the chiral bridges. BuddyBot is my favorite of the new additions. BuddyBot is just a barrel of laughs. Experimenting with BuddyBot and testing his limits was great fun for me on my first Director's Cut playthrough. But maybe I just have a unique fondness for BuddyBot. I don't know if other people get as crazy about BuddyBot. But I thought he was loads of fun. Just and like really useful. But again, it depends how you go about playing the game. When I played the Director's Cut, I was like trying to min-max all my deliveries, taking on like 30 or 40 deliveries at once. Thanks. Going on these big runs, taking as much cargo as possible in the truck and going from stop to stop to stop to stop. And yeah, if you play like that in the mid-game and you're focusing on 5-starring porters and stuff, BuddyBot is really useful, because he'll allow you to take 1 or 2 more deliveries. He serves as extra cargo space, essentially. He'll tail you. And he's really good at traversing terrain. The game warns you about, you know, he won't be able to go everywhere, but that's one of the cool things about him. He's really good at traversing most places. He isn't good in the mountains. He can't go up to the Elder. Some other stuff. But yeah, he's really useful. Okay. I really need a glass of water. Statistical analysis has indicated that Doom's abilities vary according to the sufferer's state of birth. In order to establish your own ability levels, please enter your birthday. In typical Kojima fashion, if my birthday is today's date in the game, you'll get a birthday message from Daddy Mads. Mads will come and wish you a happy birthday with a birthday cake. You know, Kojima's done this before in MGS2 and MGS5. So wait, hold on. What date is it today? 15th? Yeah, so 6. Yeah, I'll put it to I'll put it to 15. And we should get it today. I was thinking maybe I'll put it tomorrow to be safe to make sure we get it. But yeah, no, we should get it today. There's special event. Oh, yeah, yeah. If you play on Christmas Day, all the porters will be wearing Santa hats. It's a good Christmas game at Death Stranding. You know, you spend you deliver packages. You're up in snowy mountains sometimes. Yeah, and you get a Santa hat as a reward from one of the porters. And they all wear Santa hats on Christmas Day. Yeah, I thought about that. I think last time I played, I was thinking maybe I'll turn this into a Christmas game. But for me, this isn't the kind of game I can play like every year. Like, I feel like I need to just pace this game out, play it once every couple of years, maybe once at Christmas, every 2 years, every 3 years. You know, if you're playing, if we approach this game like we did with Metal Gear, it would really wear out its welcome. Like the way the music is used, you know, it's like an experiential kind of game. Higher levels of Dooms. Higher levels of Doom's ability. For me, it'd be like replaying fucking Shadow of the Colossus all the time, or you know, Journey or something. You know, it's like it doesn't have that kind of replayability for me, even if it is like more mechanics focused than those games. But still, you know, with regards to fresh playthroughs, new game playthroughs, it's not the kind of game you can replay all that often, for me anyway, even though I really do like it. Higher levels of Doom's abilities have been observed in those born under constellations such as Cancer, Pisces, Cetus, Delphinus, and Gigas. I don't think this thing factors into the gameplay. Does anything change based on this? And how it connects to your birthday? I don't know, I think you just get the birthday scene. Maybe it affects some visuals in the seam or something. I don't know. I need to go and get a glass of water.
No. Oh, great. Fuck.
All right. We're in the game. How is the audio balancing? Can you hear me over all this rain? Hello? Did I turn it down a little bit? We good? Let me know how it is. In this game, rain is bad. Rain is a real threat in this game. Yes, it damages what it touches. Or, well, it damages some surfaces. How are we? Are we good? We're balanced? Okay. Yeah, I really like this intro. Some beautiful images at the start. Just the still photographs that you get, where it kind of feels like they're trying to blur the lines between what's real and what's like a rendered image in game. You know, like some of them look like stills that they took in Iceland, that they modeled the environment on. Are some of them photographs that have been edited with in-game and have like in-game textures inserted into them? You know, you see one image which looks very real, but you also see some chiral crystals.
Damn it, man.
I'm really not sure sometimes when I'm looking at those images at the start. Some of them look real, some of them look like they could be in-game images. But yeah, we really focus on the landscape, the enormity of the landscape, and little Sam against it. This those shots of him driving at the start where he's just like this little dot in the background facing up against the dangerous land. I guess highlighting the kind of game it's going to be, where it's the terrain and the environment that's the real danger. The clouds, the rain, the imposing mountains, the landscape. At 1 second here. Manchester United official, thank you very much for the Prime. I highly doubt you're Manchester United official. I don't buy that. Thank you. Snake with the 57 as well. Thank you.
Damn it, man.
Okay, whoa. First things...
oh no. Oh dear. Ah!
Araval with the 20 pack. Thank you. Cheers. Thank you. Enjoy, whoever got a free sub. Look, we can jump in a Kojima game. That's always the first thing I think of when I start up Death Stranding. Look at this. 30 years of Metal Gear. Never once were we able to do this. Look at this. Okay, first things first. What happens if you kill yourself straight away at the start of the game? Repatriation. Sam is a repatriate, meaning that he can return to life from the place known as the Seam when killed. In the Seam, follow the strand to guide Sam's soul to his body to bring him back. Where are you, Sam? Yeah, we vomit every time we come back. Vomit up tar. Oh yeah, and we can pick up health items from our vomit. We can pick up crypto biotes from the vomit. Forgot about that. Yeah, so later on in the game, you do not get that image of the doll inside Sam. Once we get BB, we will know we don't get that scene. So it's just something kind of unique and mysterious about the opening here, where he seems to have this doll inside him in some sense, which comes back later in the game. All right, let's make a move here. I really do like how we're thrown into a little portion here where we can just fuck around, experiment with the controls. You know, no fucking scripted walk and talk. Hold up.
Okay.
And I hope Kojima continues along this path for DS2. I hope he doesn't go back to, you know, MGS5 style super scripted hold up sequences. I like just being thrown into the landscape here where we get, you know, access to most of Sam's controls and everything from the outset. We get to just play a bit. Look up, please. Lost cargo. You will sometimes find cargo from abandoned deliveries dotted about the landscape. Delivering this cargo to its intended destination in good condition will make you very popular indeed. Sam's suit here is kind of unique. He only wears this at the very beginning of the game. This is his freelancer outfit, his freelance porter outfit. Which looks kind of similar to Raiden's sneaking suit in MGS2. That crotch area, the ribs, the kind of skeletal look that it has. It's one thing that I really love about this game, the technology. The way all the suits look, all the detail, the straps and buckles and all the detail put on the packages and the equipment. The Audra deck. I really like Sam's character design. Some of my favorite work from Yoji Shinkawa in this.
I think they're gone. What the hell? Didn't mean to grab you so hard. Tears. A chiral allergy. So, you have dooms, like me.
I've got the extinction factor, but I think you got me beat.
What's your level? You can see them, right?
No, but I can sense them.
Level 2, then.
What are you doing here?
Trying to stay dry. Same as you. Time falls let up. My name is Fragile.
Yeah, I've heard of you.
That right? Sam Porter Bridges. The man who delivers. You want it? A crypto byte a day keeps the time fall away. Wanna come work for me? Must be tough out here on your own.
Yeah, I thought Fragile Express had plenty of people.
Plenty of traitors. Not much left of us now, save for a few honest folks. And on top of that, not much left of me either. Got soaked from neck to toe.
I can't help you with that. I make deliveries, that's all.
This is Bridges Central Dispatch. Freelance contractor Sam Porter Bridges. Receiver is standing by for drop.
Headed into town. Watch yourself. Those things never stay gone for long. The time fall fast forwards whatever it touches. But it can't wash everything away. The past just won't let go. I'll see you around. Sam Porter Bridges.
All right, we're back. We have our first meeting with Fragile. Do we kick into the music straight away here, or do I have time to talk? I think I have time to talk. Yeah, I quite like this first scene with Fragile. They're talking about all these concepts. We kind of have to put the pieces together. Wonder what they mean when they're talking about these dooms levels. It almost sounds like they're talking in video game language. You know, you're level 2, I'm level 3. I can, you know, you can sense them, but I can see them. Talking about their tears, which are chiral allergies. We learn a bit more about that later. These BTs are beings stranded in the world of the living. Dead souls, ghosts, stranded in the world of the living. And when people with dooms come into contact with them, it triggers these allergies and just causes them to cry because they're close to death. They're close to the pain of death and all of the sorrow of death. Let's go back in here and pick up some of this. I like the lack of dialogue during many of the sections there as well, where you're just kind of left to look at the characters with all the focus on the physicality of everything. Some of the characters in this, some of the the facial capture can be wonky in this game at times. Some of it looks really good, some of it can look really wonky. During that scene, I think everything looks pretty stellar. I think certain faces as well are more easy to capture than others. But like the close-ups, the extreme close-ups on Leah Seydoux chewing on the cryptobiotes, looks really good, really showing off the tech and what they're able to do. Not huge on Leah Seydoux's performance in this. I'm not huge on a lot of the dialogue they gave her in this. Like, I'm fragile, but not that fragile is maybe the worst line Kojima has ever written. It's fucking awful. I hope he scraps that catchphrase for Leah in part 2. I really like Leah as an actress overall. Just in general, I mean.
One foot right in front of the other.
And yeah, I kind of hope he gets more out of her in DS2. But I do like a lot of her scenes early in the game. Like, I really like the whole vibe she has in this scene in the cave. I like some of her scenes later. But then towards the end of the game, in the mid-game, when they try to do more serious things with her in Chapter 3, a lot of that stuff doesn't work for me. Like, the backstory with Higgs running through the rain and all that stuff. Yeah, like a lot of that more dramatic stuff doesn't work for me. But I like many of the smaller, more intimate moments she has with Sam. Like, I really like this opening cave scene. The moment later on the boat where Sam falls asleep. Yeah, like some of these smaller, more tender moments I like quite a lot. It's kind of a mixed bag. Again, like, I think a lot of the stuff character-wise, story-wise in this is a mixed bag. But that opening cave scene I really do like. It's kind of just the strangeness of it, the mysteries, the bits of world building. When it comes to DS2, just so you know, I have barely seen anything of DS2. I've watched the first trailer and that's it. I'm very blind on DS2. I've seen like a couple of screenshots and images and like tiny clips from other trailers, just browsing online on Twitter and stuff. But yeah, for the most part, I'm in the dark. Yeah, I want to go into the game blind. I don't want to be spoiled watching all the trailers. I want it to feel fresh. But yeah, there's Fragile offering us some work because we're freelance. You want to come join my company? He runs Fragile Express. Right. He had an album released after his death as well, right? Might include a track from that. Just kind of adds even more melancholy to the world of this game now. That song means a little bit more to me now after having read a little bit of Homo Ludens. You know, Kojima modeled his new studio, the mascot that he has, his logo, the image, the spaceman traversing this digital ocean, exploring new terrain. You know, the mascot is named Ludens, and this game talks about the idea of Homo Ludens, which is referencing an old Dutch historian's piece of philosophy book called Homo Ludens, where he talks about the philosophy of play, the philosophy of games, essentially, and posits this idea of it being like a fundamental part of human society, and that the act of play, like that civilization emerges from the act of play, which parallels what we do in this game. You know, we're rebuilding the world, we're rebuilding civilization through a game, through the act of play. But in the text, Huizinga talks a lot about the idea of seriousness and how it ties into the act of play. That play exists in its own world outside of the seriousness of normal life. Like it has its own rules, its own structure, its own order. And within that order, play can be serious. He talks a lot about sport and ritual and all of this extending from play, which we were actually talking about during FF10 as well. You know, with Blitzball, I brought it up during FF10 as well, because it made me think of it. But, yeah, when I hear this song now, especially being played twice at the start of the game, I'd imagine in part it's supposed to be referencing Huizinga's philosophy of Homo Ludens, because he talks about seriousness quite a bit in the text. I still need to read all of it though. I've only read a little bit of it, but it's pretty interesting.
Just you, yourself, and me.
And who symbolizes the biggest Homo Ludens fan in the world of Death Stranding? Who's the biggest Homo Ludens guy? Jeff motherfucking Keighley. And we'll be talking to him later, and we'll learn more about this Ludens concept.
Oh, thanks.
Jeff Keighley is the Kojima fan in this game. Literally. He literally plays the role of a Kojima Productions fan, of the biggest believer in the concept of Homo Ludens. Whoa! I'm reading the chat. Central Knot City.
Beginning scan. Cargo verified. Thank you.
But yeah, a lot of Death Stranding is kind of about video games, about the spirit of play and civilization emerging from play. A lot of stuff in Huizinga's text as well kind of emerged from a cynicism about the modern world. Like, when was it? I think it was written in the 1930s. And Huizinga was like the first doomer gamer. You know, he was looking at modern society becoming robotic and mechanized and, you know, post-industrial revolution. He was like, we're losing our spirit of play. We're not able to have fun anymore. We're not able to have You know, we're not able to be playful and have fun with our games anymore. So yeah, it's I feel like this game is kind of fitting in that way too, you know, because it's about modern society, the divisions in modern society, the kind of playing off the apocalyptic doomerism of the modern world. All right, let's go deliver these packages. Make delivery. 8 pieces of new cargo. I think I picked up everything that I had.
You may select partial delivery to submit required cargo currently in your possession and return with the remainder when convenient. Once the cargo submitted meets or exceeds requirements, you may designate the order complete at any time.
You son of a bitch. Do I actually have to deliver? I don't think I ever fucked this up at the start. I think I always made sure I picked up every bit of cargo. I don't think I've ever heard that dialogue.
Delivering cargo.
What took you so long? It's not like the legend to come in late.
Had to wait out the storm. Lost my bike and some cargo.
Sounds like you've been through the ringer. You're running behind, but the cargo is still all right. Good work. See you next time.
Hey. Yeah, whatever. I'll take it. Yeah, we have our base level porter grade.
Special commission for Sam Porter Bridges. Priority 1.
Igor, Bridges corpse disposal. Sam Porter, I presume? Right. Not the touchy-feely type. Document said you had some kind of phobia.
Bridges corpse disposal? What happened?
Look, gotta get a move on. I'll explain as we go. Come on. recognition. And if you were lucky enough to survive, the timefall came and washed you away. Then those freaks from the beach showed up. Worlds of the living and the dead all mixed together. And that's when folks started holing up in the cities.
Yeah,
Critters
okay,
like
old
yourself
man, you can
put
shut
on a
up now. Sam knows all this. Kojima, he did such a good job with the cave scene, you know, having the world building come naturally through the character interactions, and now he goes in the total opposite direction, where this guy is just expositing purely for the player, purely to give me the backstory here.
Son of a bitch. Rainbow!
How much further to the incinerator? This guy's about to pop.
Shit. We're gonna have to cut to the BTs. Engine stalled.
Those assholes got us right where they want us. Get us out of here.
Sam, can you see anything?
No, nothing.
This BB must be busted or something.
This scene is cool, though I wish I hadn't seen it in a trailer before I played the game.
They're here. I can't get you out! Sam!
Shut up. Don't even breathe.
I am. All right, we are back in the seam. After that insane sequence. As things just get crazier and crazier and crazier. From one thing to the next. From one strange concept to the next. Notice how in that, when Sam wakes up on the beach there, he has the tags. So you're seeing that the time is not working in a linear fashion here, you know? Sam doesn't get hooked up with the Cupid and all that until later on in the game. So it's like the beach scene takes place in the future. Of course, that was the first image that they... or the first trailer that was released for the game. Sam waking up on the beach. Crying with the child in his hands. This connects to a reveal much later in the game where we learn that Sam lost his family, lost his child. I think some people miss it earlier in the game, you know, at the end of the Fragile scene when Sam and Fragile are looking up into the sky. You see those spectral figures. But they're very, very faded. You know, you can't really make it out. And then here on the beach again, it kind of feels like we're looking at the same thing in a different way. A very, very divine imagery. Like we're looking up at gods or something. These monolithic figures. A lot of people theorized that the figures represented the supporting characters, with how it meshes with a scene near the end of the game, but that theory never really quite sat right with me. You know, when Sam is being pulled back from the world of the dead at the end of the game, and you have the figures in the air while all the supporting cast are calling out to you. But given that it looks like, you know, given that it's such a divine kind of image, and that theory never really felt right to me. I still see it as being kind of ambiguous as to what they represent. Some people theorize the extinction entities, the previous 5, that maybe they symbolize the 5 entities. And the final scene of the game, you know, you have the spectral babies as well in the incinerator, which mirrors these scenes too.
Once there was an explosion. A bang which gave rise to life as we know it. And then came the next explosion. explosion, that will be our last.
Gorgeous shots. Love the giant handprint in the crater. I really wish we were allowed to go inside the void out craters in-game. It's really disappointing. If you create a void out in-game, you have these big invisible walls around the outside of it. Even if you couldn't do anything inside the crater, it'd just be really cool to go in and get close to the handprint. You know, I feel like that would be a reward in and of itself, just to go in and feel the size of the thing. But yeah, we wake up again from the beach. This is a fucking zombie game, man. Sam is an immortal zombie. They say repatriate, so you don't even think about the fact that this guy is a fucking zombie. He's undead. He dies and he comes back repeatedly. The Walking Dead, some might say. Alright, let's continue. He is Jesus as well, yeah. Episode 1.
Oh, you're awake. So, how does it feel to be back in the world of the living? Don't worry. I'm a doctor. Well, a coroner, originally. Call me Dead Man. I'm well acquainted with the dead. Not like you, of course. Contrary to the name, I've never actually died. I would advise against that. I'm no expert, but I can assure you it's for your own protection. See?
So I'm a prisoner.
These aren't handcuffs. They're cutting-edge devices that keep us all connected.
Us? Oh, us.
Yup. Bridges. Humanity's best hope for the future. Or avoiding extinction, if you prefer.
Right. Where am I? What time is it?
Watch me. Try pressing it against your skin, like this. Relax. That just means your body's got a good connection to the cufflink. Look, look. The cuffs will watch over you 24 hours a day. That is to say, we will. We're here to help.
What the hell? 2 days?
During that time, we took the liberty of collecting fluid samples from you. You're a repatriate. That makes you very special.
Oh, they're really looking out for me
What
here.
happened to the CD guys?
Central Knot was obliterated in the Annihilation. Game over, man. Place is a crater. The only ones to get to continue were you, for obvious reasons, and your broken bridge baby.
Is it all right?
It's been marked for disposal. Didn't work anymore. Why keep it? We lost everyone. Not just corpse disposal. My team, HQ, all of Redefort, every soul in Central Knot City. We're at our base, in Capital Knot City now. Or should I say, our new headquarters. Sudbury seemed the logical choice. But our implementation team has been decimated, and there's only so much they can do in 2 days. Things here are a mess. Fortunately, the director and his support team were out of town at the time, so the chain of command remains intact. I hate to do this so soon, but I have a job for you. This stencil is from when you repatriated? What's the other mark from?
A clingy woman in a cave.
I see. Aphenphosmphobia. No wonder you were out there alone, where no one could touch you. I'll try to be more careful, Sam. So, the job is an urgent delivery. I need you to bring the president some morphine.
What president? America's gone. You talking about the mayor of Central Knot?
No. Not the mayor. America lives on, Sam. The president is in the final stages of cancer, in critical condition, but there's still time.
Why me?
Look, Sam. Do as I ask, and I promise it will all make sense.
Why don't you do it?
Because I'm not really here. Apologies. This is just a chiralgram. And here, come the tears. Allergic reaction to the chiral transmission. I'm actually over in the isolation ward in the big triangle building. Here is the morphine. Bridges hereby enters into a contract with Sam Porter.
Come on, you got morphine there. What's this about? Tell me the truth.
The truth, Sam, is that America's last president wants to see you in person. Are you really about to say no? Very good. I'll see you in the isolation ward.
All right.
Beginning scan. Scanning Bridges ID.
We're back.
ID. Clear. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
So, we get introduced to Dead Man. I quite like Dead Man. I feel like here... I'll shut up.
Every order for Sam Porter Bridges. Request transport of morphine to isolation ward for immediate administration to the president.
Okay. I quite like Dead Man. He kind of reminds me of like an Otacon type character. This scientist. He's our bro throughout the game. You know, he really has our back throughout. And by the end of the game, you know, we form a kind of loving, wholesome connection with him. It's one of my favorite scenes at the end, you know, when he has his last goodbye with Dead Man. I kind of like just the strangeness of him and how he doesn't really know how to communicate with Sam. You know, Sam isn't the best communicator. He has this fear of touch. He's isolated. He's lost his family. He's lost any sense of connection and doesn't really desire connection. And Dead Man is also a dead man, in a sense. And he also has a kind of struggle to deal with people, and it's kind of nice seeing them connect over the course of the game. I also think it's interesting just the contradictions of... Some of the contradictions of the scene there, you know, how they're describing Bridges as this great thing, you know, we're all connected. They're not handcuffs. They're these cutting-edge devices that keep us all connected. Meanwhile, we were just literally cuffed to the bed. So they still are handcuffs, dead man. The members of Bridges, they have no problem with the very dystopian elements of the organization. It looks like a really uncomfy bed as well. They take our bodily fluids from us while we're sleeping. We've been kept there for 2 days, locked up. Oh. Kind of weird how they don't talk about the president being our mother at this point either. Like, they don't introduce Bridget as Sam's mother, and they kind of leave it strangely for this next scene. It's like, you remember the first president of the United States, don't you? It's your mother. It's just kind of weird how they deliver this information. Let me see here. MotoJP, did I thank you for your gifted sub? Thank you for the 16. You don't have to release all knowledge at once. Yeah, I mean, it's just a strange... Like, you'd think her status as our mother would be more important than her status as the president. To Sam, you know? We have a deep personal relationship with this woman that he was just talking about. Yeah, maybe Deadman just doesn't want to tell him for some reason. Maybe Sam doesn't even know at this point. Like, because all of this is very hush-hush secret. Sam doesn't really seem to know much about the organization as a whole. He's like, what president? America's finished. Does he even know that she is president still?
Begin and scan. Have a pleasant journey.
I didn't notice any people getting banned, Storm. But yeah, Red Dragon was acting strangely over the last while. I thought he was kind of okay, though. But I probably missed a lot of his stuff as well. Yep. I'll leave it up to you, Storm. He ignores your warnings. Fair enough, fair enough.
Check the map on your cufflinks if you're lost, Sam. The isolation word should be pretty obvious. If you're not sure how to get there, you can set markers and draw routes too. Try it out and you'll see what I mean.
One of my favorite visuals in this game. The enormity of these distro centers. Something really striking about the visual of it. The whale with its mouth open. Our home is in the belly of the whale. Capital Knot City, Distro Center. We have the map of America. Of course, America is also shaped like a whale. The web. Bridges. United Cities of America. Ion Corp. Sony. course, there's a lot of autobiographical stuff in this too. I see a lot of Kojima in Sam. Losing his world, building anew from scratch. With all the connections that he has, all his new connections. Way back when he started development on the game, he used to post a lot on Twitter, drawing parallels between his life and the themes of the game. You know, building from new. But, you know, all not being lost because he still had all these old connections, forming new connections. We start out as the freelance porter, independent. Then we get cuffed to a big organization to rebuild. Electrical panel, authorized personnel only.
Sam, if you want to confirm you're headed the right way, check your compass. It'll never steer you wrong. Provided you have a destination, that is.
Don't worry about being confused at the start of Death Stranding. It's kind of the point, you know? You're supposed to drown in the madness of the world, you know? This whole place has been turned upside down. Reality is broken. So when characters are talking about all these ideas and stuff, it's normal that you're not picking all of it up. All right, let's go visit the Prez.
Central wasn't just home to Bridges HQ. It was also the seat of the Reconstructionist movement. If the president hadn't required special treatment, she would have never left. And if she hadn't, we wouldn't have either.
This building looks like a video game console. It looks like a fucking PS4 or something every time I look at it. This street here always makes me think of Silent Hills. You know the end of PT when they show the Silent Hills trailer? And see Norman Reedus walking on the street looking up to those buildings. They're kind of like red brick buildings. Dilapidated. Probably not supposed to be a nod to it, but always makes me think of PT. Same assets. I mean, that was on another engine, right? That was on the Fox engine. I don't think they'd be the same assets. But yeah, it just kind of reminds me of it here. Assets can be ported even when you get fired from the company that owns the assets. You think Konami sent him over the PT assets? I don't know. realize it was you saying that, Nog Dog. Hey, Nog Dog. Good to see you. Those of you that don't know, Nog Dog is the one doing all the uploading to my YouTube channel. So if you enjoy my archived YouTube channel, you've Nog Dog to thank for it.
Like I said, her vital signs are all trending the same way.
No chance of a recovery then?
None that I can see. No.
We should start making preparations.
Sam. It's me, Dead Man.
Yeah, man.
Sorry, my mistake.
I remember.
I'm afraid the president's condition has deteriorated. Thank you. This will help to ease the pain. And allow her to speak with you in these final moments.
Her?
The first and last female president of the United States. Surely you remember her. She raised you? You're not exactly dressed for a reunion. Take that off before you come inside. That's the president's right-hand man, the director of bridges.
Die Hardman?
Oh, you were with Bridges 1? So, I guess no introductions are necessary.
What's it been, Sam? 10 years? Look at us. A bunch of deathless freaks meeting like this. Yeah, well, good to see you two. President's waiting. It's your mother, Bridget. She's a bit out of it, but I know she'll recognize you.
Very strange.
Madam President, we've brought Sam. We'll leave you two alone.
Sam, I knew you'd come back. Are you doing all right? Yeah, I know you hate me. Amelie.
Amelie?
You remember Amelie went west. Took her 3 years to cross. She's trying to rebuild the country.
Still going on about that, huh?
You're the one I wanted to send, Sam. Time's running out.
Help Amelie. She needs you.
Manipulation.
Together, you can help us reconnect. You can make America whole. Sam, if we don't all come together again, humanity will not survive.
We don't need a country. Not anymore.
We do. Alone, we have no future.
No, America's finished. Bridget, you're the president of jack shit.
Sam, listen to me. Please. So you are willing to help me?
No, I
didn't put those on by choice. You fucking authoritarian bitch.
I love you, Sam. I'll be waiting for you on the beach.
Madam President! Oh, no.
Doctor, we need your help.
All hands on deck here. Jason V. Give me 150 cc's. She's not responding.
Stay with me. Madam President.
This is dropping.
Hold on.
We're losing her. Time of death?
What did he say after time of death? I don't remember paying attention to that before. You don't really get to hear it. It's not in subtitles. Seems like they didn't even announce a time of death.
Listen, no one can know that the president is dead. If word gets out, Bridges is finished. Now, what happened here does not leave this room. Do you understand?
Yes, Director. But there's still the matter of the body. Without corpse disposal.
We've got that covered. Sam, before she died, the president made a contract with you.
What are you talking about?
As a member of Bridges, you're gonna work with the rest of us to rebuild America.
You think you can recruit me? Like she tried to?
Well, she succeeded. Look at your wrist. If that's not symbolic, I don't know what is.
Director, the cancer spread throughout her entire body. Harvesting organs is out of the question, and there is no need for an autopsy. Her body needs to be cremated before she necrotizes.
And if we don't, this place will turn into another crater.
What do you want me to do?
We don't have any porters right now. And the CD team you went into the field with are dead. But the president's body has to be burned.
The road from Capital Knot City to the incinerator was compromised in the void out. Now, the only way there is on foot. through the mountains. But the chiral density there is off the chart. It's gotta be BTs.
This job has requirements. Tombs. Repatriate.
So me. Why?
Sam, you're already on the clock.
Now get it done, Sam Porter Bridges. Can I have a moment? President Strand believed in American Reconstructionism. She worked tirelessly to bring the nation together again. And without her, there would be no Bridges. She deserves a funeral with full honors. But we can't give her that. If she dies, America dies.
Without her, Bridges will cease to be.
Listen. Her cremation must be carried out with the utmost secrecy.
Even if we pull it off, what then? Who's gonna take her place? Face it, America's history.
Sam, America isn't dead yet.
He just said that it dies if Bridget dies.
She may be lost to us, but we still have an America worthy of the presidency.
Sorry, what?
Let's not get into it now. What matters is that we're going to finish your mother's work and rebuild America as she intended. That's the reason Bridges exists. So take the first step, Sam, and deliver the president's body to the incinerator.
If we don't all come together again, humanity will not survive. You're the one I wanted to send, Sam. Time's running out. I love you, Sam. I'll be waiting for you on the beach.
The facilities to the southwest. Remember that you'll be passing through BT territory.
We built the incinerator way up in the mountains so that the chiral matter in the smoke wouldn't reach the city. It won't be easy carrying a body up there.
We'll be monitoring you around the clock. If anything comes up, we'll offer you support via the cufflinks.
This shot. Nothing symbolizes a bridge more than a slammed door in your face. An imposing steel door. Get the job done. Can I go back inside there? Do I have access? I really love that shot at the end. Okay, so Sam, the reluctant hero. I like how the last line you hear in the flashback there, was Amelie's line. You know, I'll be waiting for you on the beach, and then he kind of reluctantly turns his back and takes on the job because it's really his connection to Amelie that sets him off on the journey. It's Amelie who he has the deep connection to, rather than Bridget. You know, that side of Bridget.
Getting to the incinerator will be anything but easy. Move around and change the angle of your map to gain a better understanding of the terrain. See if you can't pick a path to your destination. For this order, we've provided you with a number of suggested routes as well. Ultimately, though, it's up to you to decide how you want to proceed.
Okay. But yeah, a really strange moment there where they're talking about the contract. You know, like, we've already signed our life away to this project because the cuffs are symbolic, which is obviously very meaningful to Deadman. There's no way we can refuse now. Sam tries to interrupt Bridget when she says, you know, when she comments on the cuffs. It's like they're not even giving Sam any time to think for himself.
Sam, this is Die Hardman. Deadman explained how to use the cuffs, right? Use them to check the location of the incinerator.
What's the longest single boss battle I've ever done? I fought the Orphan of Cause for like 14 hours straight once. That's probably the longest single session I've ever had against a boss. I did a level 4 playthrough of Bloodborne once. You know, lowest level possible playthrough. And yeah, the Orphan of Cause took me many, many hours. But that is something I would have absolutely no interest in doing anymore. Lowest level Souls games, playthroughs, that kind of shit is just not for me anymore. I've been there, done that. I have streamed Zone of the Enders before, yeah. Just catching up with the chat here. I forgot that detail as well, but that, you know, Sam was familiar with Bridges. They talk about how he was with Bridges 1, which we'll learn more about later, the first expedition that was sent out to plant the seeds for the chiral network.
Sam, I don't think I need to remind you, but every minute counts when transporting corpses for disposal. 48 hours following cardiac arrest, they go necro and become a fresh BT to make our lives hell.
All right, let's go deliver our mother's corpse to the incinerator. Our President Mother's corpse to the incinerator. First job for Bridges. Corpses are more liable to sway from side to side than regular cargo. If you begin to lose your balance, use L2 and R2 to try and steady yourself. I think this is a moment where I'm sure a lot of first-time players say, man, I don't know if this game is for me. Having to fumble all the way up to the top of this mountain, slowly.
President Bridget Strand was the symbol of American Reconstructionism. Even with the country shattered and its people scattered to the four winds, she never stopped believing they could be reunited. People held on to their hope that America would rise again because they believed in her. We believe that this country can be rebuilt. America lives on, together with Bridget's undying spirit.
We're getting started with the Bridges propaganda. Oh, okay. That doesn't appear again if you go back.
Have a pleasant journey.
Thanks.
Racetrack Ronnie, thank you for the 42, the 39 in a row. Our first structure. Watchtowers allow you to survey the surrounding area from a high vantage point. I remember being worried that this was going to be like a Ubisoft tower mechanic. Thankfully, it's not. Another thing I really like about this game is that that fast travel is barely incentivized in the game. You know, you're forced to interact with the environment. The world isn't just a hub with content types dotted about, you know. The terrain itself is the content of the game.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Yeah, I think they put a kind of cool spin on the fast travel mechanic. You know, where there is fast travel, but there's a really significant trade-off. You're not allowed to bring any equipment with you when you fast travel. So it does become useful.
Yeah, just like that.
It does become useful mainly in the post game, but yeah, I think they balance it well. Hey, Bullfosi. I have Santa Maki. I played like half of Breath of the Wild and I don't know, 30, 40 hours of Tears of the Kingdom. I had an enjoyable experience with both games, but I just get to the point where I'm like, I'm done. And I don't really have any urge to go back and finish the games. You know, where I played like a big chunks of them, but have no interest in finishing them. But still had a pretty fun time with them. Yeah, I know they're polarizing. You know, lots of people didn't like the direction, and obviously they're very well regarded overall, generally, but they do have their detractors, people missing classic Zelda. I was never really a big Zelda person growing up. You know, I wasn't a Nintendo gamer.
First of March, it's clear to me there's something that's uncomforting. Your body is away with me, but I'm exactly where I wanna be. But I'm a long way from home.
I know your voice, I know your face. This is something
We haven't been told what our second objective was here. We've been sent up to burn Bridget, but we've also been sent up to burn the BB, which is in that little package. Anyone hear the cry? Did I miss it? I think I missed it. Yeah, I wonder what the deal is. Hopefully Kojima managed to, you know, get the rights to use the music forever. With Low Roar, you know, Low Roar were an unknown
Just a bit further now.
Low Roar was unknown before this game came out. What's the story behind it again? When Kojima was visiting Iceland, he just heard it randomly someplace in some shop. I think it was. He was just in some music shop in Iceland. Low Roar was on in the background. He liked it, asked who it was, and just kind of fell in love with it and thought it captured the feeling of the place that he was in as well, visiting I thought it just kind of meshed with the land of Iceland. But yeah, obviously that visit left an impression. He based a large part of this game on that feeling, that experience. The feeling of the place, the mood of it. The music that he heard while he was there. Cheers, Igor.
Thanks for the help. Today's a good day.
Yeah, this game even inspired some people to visit Iceland and go hiking. Gooch, our very own Gooch, being one of them. Gooch traveled all the way, an American too, so extra respect. It's not every day an American leaves America. Yeah, I'd like to visit someday too. But yeah, you know, I've seen a few videos on YouTube, people posting their videos from their trips to Iceland with the Death Stranding inspiration, going on these big hikes.
So that's the place, huh?
Can we call out at this point in the game?
Name's Sam. Anybody home? Don't mind me. Hello. Hello.
Yeah, we can call out, but no one ever answers. We're all alone.
Anybody home?
Hey, Viking.
name's Sam.
Kind of a strange design here in the crematorium and the incinerator, this chandelier. One of the final shots of the game as well at the end. Sam underneath it, holding Lou with the 5 babies dangling up above him.
Too close.
Cremate! Place a body in the incinerator. Wait, hold on. Let me just check one thing here. Do I have a cargo menu at this point in the game? I do. Yeah, President Bridget Strand's corpse. Known as America's last president. Bridget Strand worked tirelessly to rebuild America, eventually forming bridges to further her aims. She was also Sam's adoptive mother. Oh yeah, top secret there as well. Number 3, top secret. Cremate. The first female president caused the end of the world in this universe, yeah. The first female president is literally a god of death, destined to bring about the end of humanity. So sexist.
Sam, burn the other cargo while you're there.
What's this?
BB-28. It's the unit Igor was assigned. It was hooked up to you when we found you in the crater.
But why is it here?
Because it's flagged for disposal. Central Knot's gone, and our headquarters along with it. Because that thing didn't do its job. It's all in Igor's logs.
But it's
Thanks.
still alive.
It can't be repaired, and it can't survive outside the pod. Pity it if you want, but the decision has been made. It has to go. The director approved the order.
helium density is still increasing.
My status is fucked. There's tons of them.
Must be from the bodies we couldn't get up to the incinerator in time. Comes with the territory, I'm afraid.
Can you sit out the rain?
No. They're closing in on my position. I have to move before they realize I'm in here.
Sam, if one of those things eats you, it'll trigger a void out. You'll come back, sure, but the surrounding area will still be a crater.
I got an idea.
Going in. Of those weird blinks on the camera.
Shit. Maybe you are defective. That's it. Do your thing.
Sam, we're sending you some suggested routes back to the city. Pick one or don't. Just get the hell out of there.
Okay, a whole... Am I back in? Am I on? Okay. Right, let's make our way back. We have our first BT encounter. Ah! Okay. I thought a small tap of X would get me to crouch. I'm forgetting controls. Love the Audra deck. So slick. Love all the tech and the detail. Holding your breath. When near a BT, press R1. The sound design during the BT sequences is so good. Just the mesh of all the different sound effects that play. The sounds of the Audra deck, the BTs, BB's cries, the sound of you holding your breath. It all meshes together really nicely, creating a tense mood. I think mechanically the BT encounters get a bit stale. Like, I wish there were more varied BTs and different BT types. But I always just really like the atmosphere of these sequences. The hood. Whoop. Yeah, the closer we get, the faster the Audra deck spins. The more anxious BB gets. Cool detail here as well. If you look at the rain on the screen here, it moves up. It doesn't drip down, it drips up. This only happens with BT rain. With rain from the other side. As we're connecting to the world of the dead here. The world of opposites. The chiral opposite. I didn't notice that until my last playthrough of the game either. Someone pointed it out on stream. I never noticed it. Yeah, it's a cool little detail. So BB has a unique connection to the world of the dead, allows us to see them. We can only sense them without the help of BB. And BB's little health bar there is tied to the alert system. If I alert BT, BB will lose a little chunk of health. Like here, I'll trigger this one on purpose. I think they might go a little easier on you at the start with BB's health. Normally that would take a bigger chunk on very hard, I think. Whoop! Although, no, it's taken... Ah! Okay, it's taken a pretty significant chunk. I thought it was instant, but it takes a bit of time to decrease. This one's still on my ass. He's a big boy. Love the visuals. Success. All right, we go back the way we came. The health of Igor here. Yeah, I think the strands are supposed to be like umbilical cords. Whoop. Don't need that rope to go down the way. Enemy-induced adrenaline rushes. Enemy encounters produce a rush of adrenaline that rapidly restores stamina. Your stamina drops once the rush passes. Right, yeah. Loads of like weird little passive mechanics like that in this game. Can't pick up the crystals yet. We got our canteen. Contains the stamina restoring Bridges energy drink. No monster in the director's cut. Any timefall or other water that comes into contact with the canteen is absorbed, filtered, and mixed with the energy particles inside. The canteen has also been treated with antifreeze technology. Be aware that you cannot drink from the canteen if you are carrying cargo in your left hand. The crypto biotes. The canteen is refilled automatically. Yeah. All right, give me my cathartic run back without any weight. I'm free. Stay topped up on these on very hard. So we have an easier time with Cliff later, so we have loads of health stored up. Hey. Lovely. How many crypto biotes do I have? 16. You see, you're allowed to carry an insane amount of crypto biotes. If you just put in the work and pick up crypto biotes every time you see them, you'll have an easy time. Be more. None?
Beginning scan. Scanning Bridges ID. Verifying ID. Welcome to Capital Knot City. Proceed to distribution center.
Sam, come back to the distribution center. Check the location on your compass.
I know what you're talking about. Fairy Light, did I thank you for gifting a sub to Mike? Thank you very much.
It's a miracle either of you made it back. When someone with dooms hooks up to a BB, your feelings and memories cause feedback, like with a speaker. It amplifies fears and stress, and runs the risk of taking you to a place from which you will not return. I'm sorry, but this BB has been pushed beyond its limits. Disposal is the only option.
Sam, get cleaned up and come to the president's office. We need to talk.
Love the design of the pod, this little sarcophagus. BB lives inside his coffin.
Sam, I thought I told you dooms and BBs were a dangerous combination. Huh, perhaps a shower is in order. You're still covered in chiralium. Don't want the president to see you like that.
The hell you talking about? She's dead.
You're upset. Is this about BB-28?
Go fuck yourself. I'm not your errand boy.
Well, in any event, it seems it owes you its life.
No, we owe the
Sticking up his finger at him.
You too.
As you say, I shall look after it. Give my regards to the president.
Aww, he doesn't... He wants me. He doesn't want you, dead man. Or she, I mean. Nobody gives him the middle finger.
It's almost time to go, Sam. Here. It's a dream catcher. Wear it when you sleep, and I'll keep the nightmares away. I'll always be with you.
Emily isn't wearing the kipu there.
Good morning, Sam. Sam, this is Di Hartman. There's a private room set aside for your use. Bridges perk. Take a moment to clean up, wash all that chiralium off, then come to the president's office.
Okay, we get our first sequence inside the private room. The very private room. I love that little startup jingle. It took me a while to even realize that it's the BB theme again. But it's the way it's played, it sounds like a fucking Windows theme, Windows startup theme or something. The way it combines with Sam waking up, it's like, you know, the jingle that plays when we wake up, when we spring to life as if we're some kind of machine. That bed. Look at the state of that bed. That does not look comfy at all. And he has to stay handcuffed every time he sleeps? Why are those the rules? Oh, it's my birthday cake! Yay! This actually feels kind of fitting because it was recently my birthday too. So it actually kind of feels like it's wishing me a happy birthday this time. Great. We got our Bridges energy. Okay, so let's look at Sam, shall we? Got little interactions when you zoom in on him. You get different interactions depending on the angle you look at him as well. Of course, the dick. Everyone knows about the dick. Yeah, now he's getting really mad. And the feet. Let's do it. Let's get this over with. Throws the nail in the bin. Okay, now the other foot. The way he looks up there. Alright, sorry about that, Sam. Oh my god. That was the worst part of it for me there, just looking at his toe afterwards. We not. Maybe we can't get the interactions from the side yet. I think this was just random shit that Ritas was doing during the mocap sessions. What was that? Oh, blowing your brains out. Detail on his top here. I think we can get one from the back, but only from one side or something like that. Oh, wait. No, I think we need BB. Yeah, he points over to BB from behind, but we don't have him here yet. Have our mirror. Various poses in the mirror. You can trigger a nightmare sequence at the mirror here as well. We'll try and get that later. You can see apparitions behind you at some point. Okay, we'll look at this later on when we have all of the available things. We go take a shower.
Sam, can you hear me?
For fuck's sake. Isn't anything private anymore?
Oh, no. Except for taking a shower and going to the toilet, that is.
This is private?
I take it you were getting yourself cleaned up. Good. Come to the president's office as soon as you're done.
Oh, I can only hear you? You can't hear me in here, but I can still hear you. That counts as privacy.
You did well, Sam. Thank you. Bridget may no longer be with us, but her legacy has a chance to live on. Sam, listen to me. America, Reconstructionism, her dream isn't dead.
I don't want to hear it.
This is the face of our new hope. Our new America.
Homily.
My mother may be gone, but I'm here.
Divine entrance.
And you, Sam? You're here too.
Been 10 years since you saw each other, right? And in all that time, she hasn't aged a day.
He knows why. My body's still on the beach. I don't get to grow older. But you do, Sam. You look good.
So you're serious then about reconnecting everyone and everything?
Someone has to succeed Bridget, Sam. More importantly, someone has to carry on her legacy and see our country rebuilt. Samantha America Strand, our new president. A new beginning for our people, for our nation. Under Emily's leadership, we'll re-establish the UCA, the United Cities of America. This is how we'll rebuild our country. But we'll need your help to do it, Sam.
No, I'm through with this. I said my goodbyes to all of you when I said them to Bridget.
We never forgot about you, Sam. You ran away. You cut us off.
Emily put together an expedition. The best of Bridges won. And went west.
I led them past craters in BT territory. I kept them safe while they searched for survivors.
Never once missed a BT. Saw him coming a mile away.
We convinced community after community to join the UCA, and we left behind our own people to help them. It took us 3 years, but we managed to make it all the way to Edge Knot City.
All the way to the Pacific. Jesus.
Yeah, but then everything went to hell. The team was wiped out, and Emily was taken.
Taken?
I'm not being kept in a cell or anything like that. I'm allowed to use their facilities and to speak with you whenever I want. I just can't leave the city.
It's all to safeguard the continued independence of Edge Knot City. Well, that's what our keepers are saying, at least. They want the UCA to leave him be. Emily's their insurance policy in case we don't.
Who are these assholes again?
Homo Demons. Militant separatist group. They run Edge Knot City.
I've heard of them. Bunch of terrorists who go around towns killing people and leaving craters.
Right. Nothing's off limits for them. Not even engineering void outs.
You think the suicide that took out Central Knot was one of theirs?
Could be. There are extremists like the demons everywhere, plotting in the shadows. They're decentralized by nature. No one organization to rule them all. Just a common ideology.
I know not everyone shares our vision for the future. If we Americans don't come together again, humanity won't survive. I carried my mother's message to people all across the country. But not everyone was willing to accept it.
More than a few would rather stay isolated. Keep to themselves. Go it alone. Like you, Sam. They think that America can only be rebuilt by force, by men who tell them what to do, who take away their freedom and put them in shackles.
What'd you put on me, huh? You know better than the demons. Just another kind of cult.
They're not shackles, Sam. They're a symbol of our bonds. That's what we need right now. Not to stand apart, but to come together, to form chiral knots and reconnect.
Sam, we want you to go west and finish what Emily started. The people she left behind have been hard at work, setting up chiral network terminals. But these terminals are still isolated. We need you to bring them online. And for that, you'll need a Cupid. This contains all the necessary security and operations protocols to integrate a terminal into the Chiral web. Take the Cupid west, Sam, and reconnect the people of our great nation. And when you get to Edge Knot City, find Emily and bring her home.
After that, I'll take over the presidency and carry on Mother's work to save the country.
This was Bridget's dying wish. This is how we'll move forward.
Please, Sam. We need you.
I'm Sam Porter Bridges now. I'm not a Strand. Hell, I'm not even part of this outfit. You all saw to that. I'm not getting involved with you, or anyone else, ever again.
Wait!
See? It's like I'm not even here. Same as it ever was.
Sam! Sam! Hold on. Stop! Listen to me. America needs you. Both of you.
Yeah, covering the world in cable didn't bring an end to war and suffering. Don't act surprised when it all comes apart if you try to do it again. Round and round it goes. Connect, reconnect, it's not that simple.
All right, Sam. Just take it easy. I get it. You don't have to commit to anything now. Why not get some rest?
Good idea. We all need our sleep. Leave it too long and you're liable to reconnect with the other side. The necessary maintenance has been completed. Various adjustments and fine-tuning for your benefit. You can use it again. For once, it would seem that Dooms and BBs are a good combination. Or perhaps the two of you have something of an affinity for one another.
Sam. Listen. You are Sam Strand.
No, I'm not. Not anymore. My name is Sam Porter Bridges.
It's a funny word, Strand. A strand is part of rope or bond, while stranding means being washed up on the shore. And being stranded is when you can't go home. I'm stranded now, Sam. Here on the shore of the Pacific. Thousands of miles away.
In the Japanese version of the game, is she explaining the meaning of English words?
But our bond still holds. You're free, but we're still connected. Don't tell me we're not.
Strand also means beach. She doesn't explain that.
Wait!
Good morning, Sam.
Okay.
Sam, this is Di Hardman. You were out like a log. Must have been beat. Private rooms come with all the basic amenities. Shower, toilet, etc. Drop in when you need to rest. Inspect your gear, review info, or whatever else. If you have any questions, feel free to ask our staff. But before you do, why not check things out for yourself? See how Bridges operates these days.
Okay, we're back. So, they try to convince Sam to take part in this operation to rebuild the country. American Reconstructionism. Sam isn't convinced because covering the world in cable didn't bring an end to war and suffering. They shouldn't be surprised if it all comes crashing down if they try and do it again. Implying that we're creating some new internet. We're reconnecting the world. And we'll learn more about this chiral network. And then they tell us we should rest. When we rest, we have this dream, which is just another part of Amelie's manipulation, because she is implanting these dreams in us. She's showing us a vision of the future, of the apocalypse. That scares us. And, yeah, encourages Sam to take on this role, and kind of playing on his past connection to Amelie and the traumas of his childhood. Yeah, we get that apocalyptic vision, which we see at the end of the game. Is it ever explained if the free cam here is actually recording him? No, it's just me. It's just me. I don't think BB is a person of any significance. BB is just a random baby that we grow attached to. That's what I think, anyway. There is a strange detail in that BB is called BB28. BB number 28. And Sam's wife died while 28 weeks pregnant. But I don't think it is that actual baby. The same baby. But you do have some little parallels there and kind of maybe mysterious little details. Who the fuck ate my cake? This really isn't my private room. Who ate that cake? Guillermo? I bet it was Guillermo. Alright, we go check in on BB.
Sam, this is Deadman. I calibrated your BB based on physiological data we collected from you earlier. It's still just a best guess, though. After you take it out for a spin, we can check if you're in sync and tweak the BB sensitivity as needed.
BB sounds like a train sometimes. Anyone else think that when he makes that kind of sounds like a little choo-choo train? Burp, burp. He makes little train noises.
Tired, huh?
Yeah, when he goes, he sounds like a little train. No one else ever thought he sounded like a train. But you're gonna hear it now. You're never gonna not be able to think he sounds like a train now. Wait for it. You might think I'm crazy now. Wait for it later. Wait till he makes the train sounds next. Let's look at all our different stuff here.
This case will remove any chiral matter still clinging to your suit. Speaking of suits, blue is for delivery personnel, red for medical, orange for corpse disposal, and black for security.
Right. Love the design of the private room. Bleak. Classic Kojima style sci-fi environment. Might remind you of something inside Arsenal Gear or Outer Haven. Sterile, these panels.
With that terminal there, you can browse the bridge's database, which has info on a range of subjects. You don't have clearance for everything, but there's still plenty you might find informative.
Yeah, we got our music player. You can chill here and listen to music and read the lore notes. Damn, you actually start with a lot of different tracks here. Data. No interviews or anything yet. Go for another shower.
Sam, Hartman here.
Who are you?
Researcher devoted to uncovering the secrets of the beaches and the Death Stranding, as well as those of dooms and repatriates. The shower in your room was designed with chiral decontamination in mind. Chiral matter can adversely affect hormone secretion and nervous function. There's a correlation between exposure and the development of phobias, as well as in extreme cases, violent and suicidal impulses. Chiralium contamination has even been postulated as a trigger for the onset of dooms. I should add that these showers have another function: the collection of blood, hair, fluids, and other natural waste products. They provide a non-invasive means to monitor your exposure to chiralium and your overall health.
They monitor my shit.
I freely admit a chance to study the unique properties of your physiology, you being a repatriate and all.
Okay. I really like the idea of the shower being our only private place. But only private in the sense that they can't hear me. Well, that comes back later as well, you know. Remember the scene with Deadman and Sam talking in private about Die Hardman? Okay. What else do I have to look at here? My weapon rack.
Hey there. Believe we've met. I oversee delivery operations as well as maintenance and repairs. Nice to have you on board. I'm Mama, in case I didn't mention it before. Those there are strands. Not just used for packing, by the way, but for identification too. Take a closer look and you'll see. See the red there? That's your blood.
Strange. Okay. Sam's blood is special. He's a repatriate, which gives it unique properties against BTs.
Have you had a chance to think it over? Chock full of chiralium, but safe for you Dooms guys to wear. That's all you'll need to go forth and reconnect the world. To make us whole again.
I'm a porter. I don't care about connecting anything. Or making knots. But I'll do what I have to help Amelie out.
I'm going in.
I'm sorry, Lisa. Don't worry. I'll take care of him. I promise you. Baby. Baby. Baby, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Steady.
No, Mrs. Tattooed, it's like my 4th playthrough or something like that. Okay. Are you gonna send me a message? Am I able to talk? I think I'm able to talk. Okay. We're ready to go. We're ready to set off on our journey. I really like some of the little moments during that scene where Sam is preparing, that exchange he has with Die Hardman where he's gravely cynical about the nature of the chiral network. You know, Die Hardman says it won't be long before we can send all kinds of things through the wire. When we get the chiral printers up and running and we're able to 3D print stuff. 3D print an entire civilization from nothing. And Sam says, well, we won't be able to create anything original or that's got a soul. Nothing real, just copies. That's the world we're creating. And, you know, at this point, it's kind of a lot to take in, but, you know, the chiral network runs through the beach. It connects directly through the beach and into the world of the dead. So this game, it's kind of like a literalization of MGS2's whole philosophy. In this game, we are literally creating the future from the past, from the world of the dead. We are building civilization from the world of the dead. So I guess that's what Sam is alluding to there. Like, it's a copy. It's all everything we're creating is literally from the past. Building the future and keeping the past alive are one and the same thing. Quite literally in this. We even get some dialogue to that effect later where Hartman quotes Amelie's philosophy, which is almost word for word Solid Snake's dialogue from the end of MGS2.
Sam, this is Die Hardman. Your current objective is to extend the chiral network from here to Port Knot City. But don't think you can make a beeline straight for it. Signal won't carry that far. To cover the distance, we need to utilize knots. Think of it like tying ropes together to make a longer rope. The first of these knots is a Bridges Way station. Go ahead and take a look at the order. Deliver whatever they need, and connect the Cupid.
Okay, our first order.
Sam, order summaries may contain information critical to your success. Make sure to review them before getting underway.
Oh, what am I doing here? Mark drugs. Supplements that provide the brain with oxytocin and other hormones. It's rebuilding what was before. Not really, though. Every bridge you create is a carbon copy of the previous bridge. Every postbox is identical. Every piece of road is identical. They're not built by human hands. They're born from this technology that's wired through into this death world. Being everything automatically 3D printed. Which Sam describes as being soulless. Everything is a copy. But it's our only path to rebuilding civilization. Die Hardman suggests he counters Sam by saying, you know, he agrees with him. He says, "True, yeah, you're right, but that's why we need porters like you, men in the middle." I guess with the idea that Sam is, you know, Sam is the human element in all of this. He is the human delivering the stuff, doing the manual labor, keeping it human and not automatic. You know, we still have to deliver the materials and interface with the terminals and all of this. And I guess to Die Hardman, that's enough to keep it human. So our first delivery is to take these smart drugs, supplements that provide the brain with oxytocin and other hormones, effective at easing symptoms known to arise from having little interpersonal contact, such as stress and a lack of affection for others. To my favorite guy, George Baton, the greatest character in the history of video games. But, yeah, I think the concept of the chiral network is kind of interesting. This super internet wired through into the world of the dead. Literally manifesting things from the world of the dead, from the past. And of course, a beach is a connecting point. We wire it through the beach, which is the connection from land to sea, from the world of the living to the world of the dead.
Sam, we've supplied you with some rope and a ladder for this run. They should help with the steeper inclines, and the ladder will also make a halfway decent bridge if you need to cross a river. Right now, I figure you're thinking about how you want to handle this order.
Will I do silly voices for interview and mail readings? I might. Yeah, I'll think about it. I'm not going to do super in-depth run where I read everything, but yeah, we might do some of that. Good to see you, Mask. Right. One second. That thing that Amelie wears, the necklace, the Kipu, that also kind of symbolizes her as a character as well, as like the god of the beach, of this connecting point between realms. The Kipu was used to record information. I forget what culture it's from. Like, it's like a really old South American or like Incan thing, and you were able to like set up the threads on the Kipu differently. It was like it kind of like its own language. It transmitted its own language, and people used Kipus to deliver messages from one person to another. Like you could read a Kipu, you could read a message from a Kipu. Let me just Google what the fuck a Kipu is again, because I'm kind of babbling off. I can't remember exactly what it is. A Kipu is a record-keeping device historically used in the central Andes region of South America, most prominently by the Inca Empire. It consists of colored, spun, and plied thread or strings, often made of cotton or camelid fiber, with knots tied in specific ways to represent numerical and potentially other types of information. Let me see if I can find anything else about this Kipu. Inca administration used quipus extensively for a variety of uses, monitoring tax obligations, collecting census records, keeping calendrical information, military organization, and potentially for recording simple and stereotyped historical annales. Okay, interesting. Kind of makes me think of what Amelie says later in the game about, you know, how she's trying to use the beach to gather as much information about human history as possible to potentially avert the Stranding. She describes herself literally as the beach itself later on, like she is this connection through which the data comes through. I'm not sure if I want to bring any of this shit with me. Hey, Storm knows some stuff. Storm, did you learn about quipus? Uses a messaging system and also a tally system, yeah. Okay, what am I doing? Fuck it, yeah, I'll take them all, but I'll probably put some of these back.
Order assigned.
Your private locker can be used to store cargo and the like.
Items you don't immediately need can be stored in a private locker indefinitely. However, if you wish to reclaim them... Yeah. Private locker tutorial. I'm gonna stick all of this back in my private locker. I don't need anything apart from these... from this oxytocin. They're very generous at the start of the game. Even if you forget to bring ladders, there'll be ladders off in the distance for you to collect. So I'm just going to use the ladders that they have waiting for me up ahead.
Sam, check your loadout, I take it?
Shut the fuck up, man. I'm ready to go. Let's rebuild the country.
Sam.
Sam.
You see that sign someone left over there? You can leave some of your own if you'd like. Messages, warnings, words of encouragement, whatever comes to mind.
Yeah, we get our signs here.
Keep on keeping on.
Keep on keeping on.
Beginning scan. Scanning Bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
I wonder what the messages like this are going to be in DS2. Will we still have positive messages? You know, from what I understand, DS2 might not be as wholesome as DS1. Not that this feels entirely wholesome either, because again, it's just a copy of a copy of a copy. This robotic voice.
Sam, even the best porters have been known to lose their cargo. But you're better than the best. You've got what it takes to finish what they started. If you come across any abandoned shipments, consider taking them to their intended destination.
It's easier than you might think. See, all our packages are tagged with Bridges IDs for easy tracking. And your Odra deck is equipped with a scanner which might detect said IDs. Which is a roundabout way of saying that that thing on your shoulder can help you locate mislaid shipments.
BTS2 will still have some of the wholesome vibes.
Remember, Sam,
even if it is darker overall.
To a person in need, and they're counting on you to deliver.
Counting on my sacrifice. Right. Of the double jump that we get when we're light on our equipment. I wonder if it's supposed to be a nod to Mario, another Mario reference. Makes me think of Mario's big jump in Mario 64. His regular jump is supposed to mirror Mario's jump from the very first Mario game. That jump there. The way he puts his hand up in the air, like the exact way his hands and his feet are angled, are just like Mario's jump animation. Yeah, the first Mario was one of the huge influences on Kojima when he first got into the games industry.
Thanks.
Sin Life with the 51 and the 51 in a row. Cheers, cheers. The ladders and the ropes as well are supposed to be in part a nod to Donkey Kong. Lots of references to the Big Bang of gaming, as I think Kojima kind of sees it.
Thanks.
The bomb ball with the 51. Thank you.
Sam, remember that prolonged exposure to timefall damages cargo containers. Don't stay out in the rain any longer than you have to.
Timefall will accelerate the passage of time for anything it touches. Exposure to timefall renders cargo containers less impact resistant, putting their contents at risk of being damaged. Yeah, timefall will never completely tear through your packages. It'll just mean that they take more damage the more damage the container gets. The more damage the container takes, the more damage the contents will take if you do take a fall.
Sam, if you come up against a sheer cliff or a steep slope, don't forget about the ladder we issued you. Be sure to try it out. I'd be interested to see what uses a seasoned pro like you might find for it.
But yeah, I think Kojima intended Death Stranding in many ways to be like an homage to the history of games and the big games that influenced him. The birth of gaming in his mind, or modern gaming, going back to Mario. I think in some sense he kind of sees this game fundamentally as a kind of platformer, but a platformer rethinking the basics of movement and climbing and jumping, where he kind of puts a realistic spin on things that are typically gamified. In one interview building up to the release of Death Stranding, it was one of the first questions he was asked about Mario, and he just went off on talking about Mario for like 10 minutes and said things like, you know, without Mario there would be no Death Stranding, and drawing comparisons to how cathartic a game like Mario is versus how realistic Death Stranding is, you know, where where this is less of a game about immediate catharsis, you know, where you'll be weighed down and you won't be able to run and jump freely. And, you know, where in most games, an inventory system is heavily gamified, where you're carrying a million items up your ass. In this game, all the items you can see on your body that weigh you down with each new item. So it's kind of, he sees it as something honoring Mario while trying to kind of subvert it at the same time. Instead of making a cathartic platforming game, he's making something with more of a realistic spin, but still trying to keep that playfulness and that gaminess. You know, and I think that's why we get stuff like the double jump and little things like that. Where you kind of have this balance between very video gamey things, but yeah, kind of more subversive, realistic elements on top of it. The mushrooms, I think, are also another Mario nod in this. You know how mushrooms are essentially your health items in Mario? They allow you to take more damage. The cryptobiotes. The cryptobiotes are born from the mound of mushrooms that you create. When you take a piss, you create a little mushroom. You get a really kind of retro video game sound effect when you create the mushroom as well. Can we take a piss yet? $88 milliliters. Be considerate and relieve yourself away from other people and their property. I might not even have enough in the tank to create a mushroom. Let's see. I don't think I do. I think you need 100 at least. There it is. Yeah, I always thought that kind of had a retro-ish sound to it. An almost Mario-esque sound. And you even have little likes on the mushroom. Little thumbs up symbols. But yeah, we're honoring the past, the history of video games, while trying to build something new. A new foundation. Here's a ladder. See, I told you I didn't need to take any ladders. They're very kind to you here. I think there was another thing I could have brought up down there. Is there Is there a climbing anchor? I thought there was a climbing anchor down there somewhere too. I think we'll survive with that one up here. I'm playing on PC, yep. I'm also thinking of another thing that I watched recently in relation to this. That old keynote presentation that Kojima did, I think back before MGS4 was released or after MGS4, where he was talking about his development process. And he had these like slides, these images on the screen to stand as a description for game development, these little metaphors for the hurdles that you would run up to in game development and how to solve problems. And in that presentation, he had Snake running along this flat plane, and then he came up against an obstacle, this big kind of mountain, this cube, and he used a ladder to symbolize the game design process to overcome the challenge. And he even had little images of Mario there during that presentation. Like, he showed how Mario would be able to jump over this thing easily, whereas Snake can't jump like Mario. So yeah, like ladders, this whole process of using ladders and everything, I think Kojima is also viewing as kind of like a metaphor for game development itself as well. A nod to the classics, to Donkey Kong and all of that as well, but also I think this is kind of how he's been viewing game development for a while as well. It's worth looking at that keynote presentation. It's kind of interesting if you're interested in all this kind of shit. Yeah, the Mario and Princess Peach line is absurd. It's baffling. It hurts your ears, but it's not meaningless, not by any stretch. Mario, yeah, Mario is like a recurring theme in this game. Hold on a second. Well, maybe not maybe a recurring theme isn't the way to describe it, but yeah, it's like it's an idea under the surface of the game. It's all Mario. Recurring motif. But I mean, it's overtly, it's only really presented in a few subtle ways, like the jump, the mushrooms. There are only these small little nods. Even though it does have this greater significance with how he was thinking about the game.
That's quite a...
Okay, I don't have any anchor here. I don't have any climbing anchor. Yeah, he played games when he was younger. Like I was just saying, the original Super Mario was one of the great influences on him, which inspired him to start making games in the first place. It was one of the big games for him as a kid. I don't think he can play games for very long. Didn't he say that because of his motion sickness or something, he gets really bad motion sickness? So he can only play in short bursts?
Goddamn cottonmouth.
I also have really bad cottonmouth. Remember at the start of the playthrough, I said I needed to go and get a glass of water? I haven't gotten a glass of water since. Give me a second here. I'll be right back. I'm going to go get some water. I just knocked my mic.
Okay.
Okay, I'm back. 1 second. Oh, he sat down without my permission there. I forgot that he did that. He even started sleeping without my permission. Not a very comfy place to sleep here, really. All right, we wake him up. But yeah, again, regarding the whole Mario thing, I'm not entirely sure what to make of that moment, the Mario and Princess Peach scene in the grand scheme of things. But yeah, I guess, you know, we're supposed to be mirroring the very basics of the Mario storyline. You know, even though Mario barely had a story in the first game, we're still kind of retreading the bones of this very basic story of, you know, we're going to rescue the girl. You know, we have this connection to Amelie. We need to go and find her. And I guess it's a cynical moment for Sam at the end of the game when he, you know, when he's starting to learn the truth about Amelie, that he's been deceived for the whole game. And it's like, yeah, it's... So what the fuck? I'm Mario and you're Princess Peach? Because he says that to her before that line, right? We're just retreading this ancient history. Whoa!
He's packing!
Anonymous with the 5-pack. Thank you. He's packing! I think people make too much of it. It's just a lame joke. Well, I don't think so, you know? Because like we were just talking about, there's more meaning to the Mario references than just a silly little throwaway line in this. All right, George. I'm here. I have your oxytocin.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Cargo verified. Thank you.
Got a different Bridges logo here. This one referencing Twin Peaks. The owl cave symbol from Twin Peaks. Kojima made his entire team watch 2 or 3 episodes of Twin Peaks The Return during the start of Death Stranding's development. Apparently they have these movie watching sessions a lot in the Kojima production studio. I think maybe once a week or something they watch a film together. And during one of those sessions at when the company was first formed, Kojima introduced them to Twin Peaks The Return and told them to go and watch the rest of the series if they enjoyed it. There's a very direct reference to a line of dialogue from The Return later on, when Deadman is talking about BB. What's the line again? When he says that BB was manufactured for a purpose. It's almost a quote from The Return. I keep hitting my mic, I'm sorry.
Delivering cargo.
Thank you. We've all been feeling the loss of Central Knot City. No one seemed to know what it meant for the organization, or the UCA, or us. But the oxytocin will take the edge off, and that'll be a big help. Won't be long before we're back on track. May have luck. This is great. Thank you again. Yeah, everything looks to be in good order. And soon our way station will be too, I hope.
Love you, George. Keep up the good work. Now, let me hook in.
You're with the second team, right? Where are the others?
Dead. Caught in the void out.
No way. That one blast got them all? And what, they just sent you out on your own? I mean, if it was just a delivery, that'd be one thing. Porters come through from time to time, but... The second team was meant to bring the Cupid. They were gonna connect us up. 3 years we've been waiting for help. 3 years! And they sent us one guy. Shit. Tell me you brought more than the Oxy, at least.
I've got the Cupid.
You... Really? So it's true. I finally got it working. Well, then you just might be the answer to my prayers. So what are you waiting for? You put us on the goddamn grid.
Equations! Jima wrote all of those equations personally. I don't know who wrote those equations. I don't know what those equations are. First strand established. First connection. Way station west of Capital Knot City has joined the UCA. And we can now create post boxes. We can fabricate equipment.
Connection to Capital Knot City confirmed. It's really happening. Just like Amelie promised. We can finally do what we came here to do. Hey, you're headed west, right? Gonna be a lot of people happy to see you. Guess you'll keep on till you hit the coast, huh? Which means you'll get to see Amelie in person. Oh, that's something. That is really something. Me, I've never met her. Only seen her holo messages back when I was with the first expedition. Well, anyway, you best be careful on the road. There's some bad people out there. More than good, some say.
Little bit sus.
But I don't need to tell you that.
Thank you, Sam. By bringing that way station into the Cairo network, you've put it in direct contact with those of us back here in Capital Knot City.
Right. What's next?
West of the way station are a couple of structures our previous expedition put in place. And beyond them is your next destination, Port Knot City. It's on the shore of a crater lake that formed after the first void out. Your objective is to link up Port and Capital Knot. But to do that, you'll need to utilize our facilities as additional waypoints. They'll be essential for establishing a stable connection. Given the distance we need to cover, we're looking at using a distribution center and a power station, as to which you should head for first. Start with the distro center. We've got some cargo that needs delivering anyway. Check the nearby delivery terminal to pick it up.
The water turns to regular water after it hits the ground or something like that. They explain it somewhere in the lore. You know, when we're going through rivers, we're not walking through timefall. It's normal water. I forget how they explain it. Like, when it hits the ground, it ages whatever it touches, and then there's like a runoff that turns into regular water. I don't know. chiral magic explanation. Chiralium magic.
New order available. Please access delivery terminal for further information.
Your hard work's paying off, Sam. Thanks to the increase in network capacity, HQ is now in a position to provide you with additional materials and support. Should prove useful.
Okay. I can construct a post box. I guess I'll do that. I don't think I have to do that next, but I guess I'll do it. Next main delivery, rare metal delivery to Benjamin Hancock. Rare metals to the distro center. Okay, I'll take that on. I'll take the post box.
To build a post box, you'll need to use a PCC. It goes without saying, but if you're not already carrying a PCC, you'll want to fabricate one. Sam, you can use that PCC to build a post box.
Okay, thank you. I'll take one climbing anchor, I guess. No, actually, I think I'll be okay without the climbing anchor. I'll take one PCC for the post box. I'll take all these rare metals. I love when we have the packages attached to our limbs like this. We look like some kind of samurai. Delivery man samurai.
Order assigned.
I'm wearing them like armor here.
Sam, assuming you've got your PCC in order, head to the site I designated and build that post box, would you? You should have no trouble finding it if you check your map and compass from time to time.
I'm not right. That's the kind of shit that Kojima would actually have in mind. I wouldn't be surprised if he thought of that. In Japanese, Amelie is spelled Ameri. And then Ka at the end of it. You know how Amelie is Bridget's Ka, her soul? There's kind of an extra play on words there in Japanese. Ameri Ka. Amelie is the Ka. Amelie soul. And then, of course, her middle name is apparently also America. Which is very silly. Samantha America Strand. Alright, let's go down and plant this post box, shall we? Oh, I thought it was down here. We have to go all the way over here to plant this post box? You know, later on they talk about this concept, the Egyptian concept of Ha and Ka, body and soul. The body being the Ha, the Ka being the soul. Amelie is the soul of Bridget. She is one half of Bridget, the soul. American McGee, what a name. That can't be his real name though, right?
Sam, I see you've arrived at the designated site. Good. When you're ready to proceed, activate your PCC. Use it to build a post box within the area I specified.
The same actress. Yeah, they're... She's modeled on Lindsay Wagner. Bridget is modeled on Lindsay Wagner at her current age. And Amelie is based on past Lindsay. One of Kojima's old crushes. She was the star of The Bionic Woman. And yeah, Kojima has loved Lindsay Wagner since he was a kid. She's also... a character is also based on Lindsay Wagner in Snatcher. Jamie Seed in Snatcher is also based on Lindsay.
Select Share Locker. You can share cargo and equipment with your fellow porters. Deposit a ladder and a climbing anchor, and I'm sure someone will eventually come along who could use it. If you've got enough supplies, why not leave some behind? Do right by others, they'll do right by you.
That's a fine looking toilet. Look at this fucking dystopian postbox. Look at it following me around. Is that its eye? Are you looking at me? Is there a camera in there?
Good work, Sam. I see you brought in some lost cargo. Feel free to submit it here for processing. If you come across any more while out on a run and don't think you can carry it to its destination, you can always put it in storage. It'll be safe and secure until another porter comes along to finish the job. Even if it has to pass through a dozen more hands before it arrives, you can rest easy knowing you did your part.
Okay, so we can drop some stuff in here. Other players can take it if they want in the share locker. We have a share locker, private locker. Other players won't be able to access the private locker. That's ours. We can share equipment. People can share equipment with us. I was thinking of doing a completely offline playthrough for this run, but I don't think I'm going to. I like looking at other players' structures and giving them likes and, you know, seeing where they built structures. And I like making use of the community structures in this. One of these days, we'll go for a bare offline playthrough just to see how it is.
Sam, it looks like one of your containers has been compromised. No need to panic. So long as you don't drop it, the contents shouldn't sustain any damage. And if the cargo itself is okay, then your eval won't be affected. Just take a little extra care from here on out, and you'll be fine. Good luck.
I really like the visuals in this part of the map. The gray colors, the blues, the rocks.
Goddamn cottonmouth.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to do a lonesome playthrough like that. That definitely is a part of it. Big part of it, I think. Especially after doing so many playthroughs online.
Don't know what these people are doing.
So I think in some ways the visuals probably do shine more without all that mess. Without all the structures. It's really nice at the start of the game, you know, just being able to take in the landscapes. Got our inverted rainbow.
Well, at least I'm getting my steps in.
I think roads still get a good amount of materials automatically once you log into the chiral network. I don't think it would be too bad if you're, you know, if you're familiar with the game and you know the best ways to get materials. Let's use our little watchtower here. Have our first mules. We could just let the mules see us here. They always let you off the hook here with this first mule encounter. You get that cutscene interruption when it starts raining. Mules don't like the rain. They always go back to their shelter when it rains.
Heads up, Sam. Your cargo's been pinged. Move. Now, before someone has eyes on you. Get to your destination ASAP if you don't want to get caught.
The natives. They're coming after me with their spears.
Mules gave you trouble, huh? Good thing it was raining. Even they know better than to mess with BTs.
Yeah, so we're repeating history here. It's America's Reconstruction, and it's this westward expansion all over again. Ooh, the light looks nice there. Those rays. Am I gonna play DS2 on launch? Of course. Yeah. Of course. Ooh. The whole thing with the chiral network and this westward expansion and Amelie leading the first expedition, spreading the, planting the seeds of the chiral network. And it really makes me think of the painting, famous painting called American Progress. And it shows an image of Colombia spreading this I forget what. Hold on, maybe I'll look it up here. Hold on a second, I'll show you. Let me Google it real quick.
Enough already.
American Progress. There we go. Hold on, let me save an image real quick. JPEG. Downloads. Take a rest there, Sam. I've no idea if Kojima was thinking of this, but while making the game, but it feels very fitting to what we're doing. Why is this JPEG not loading? Are you seeing the JPEG on the screen? No? It flashed? Can you see it now? Why am I not seeing it on my end? You're seeing it now? You can still see it? Okay, is it full screen? Okay. Well, yeah, Amelie's whole plan here and this spreading of the network, America's westward expansion, bringing the modern world to the land. It just feels very fitting. You know, see, she even has the cable in her hand. The modern world encroaching from the right side of the painting. The sunny skies. The natives being driven out. Civilization behind Colombia. The trains. And yeah, it just feels very fitting with what we're doing here. I kind of wonder if Kojima ever thought of Amelie as maybe symbolizing Colombia in some sense, you know? She is America. She is an American symbol in this. She's a god, essentially. We're all trying to carry on her legacy. We're all here to rebuild civilization and recreate the modern world with our new super chiral internet. I don't know why I'm not seeing this on my OBS. That's so weird. Anyway, I'll turn it off. Anyway, just a little thing that I thought of there.
Alright, time to go.
I didn't realize how messed up the context of this painting is until now. I haven't seen it since middle school. Yeah, you know, it's it's a pro-colonialist painting. It seems like in Death Stranding 2 as well, we'll be referring to the age of exploration and Magellan setting out to chart new lands. And there'll probably be a kind of another colonialist kind of theme there in DS2, I would imagine. We're coming now to connect the whole world together now that we've connected America. Setting out to new lands.
We've got company.
Yeah, again, I've only seen the very first DS2 trailer, so I'm very in the dark, but you know, I saw the Metal Gear Rex ship type thing. So I figure we'll be going out on that ship to new lands. The Magellan logo on it. Let's drink some Bridges energy. I'm just gonna scoot around this way. And now I'm just going back where I came from. Or no, we can cross over here, I guess. There we go. Now we should be good. Ah! Or maybe not. You can't come into the water. BTs can't go into the water. I don't think. What's wrong? Okay, I didn't think they could come into water. I'm gonna get dragged. Yeah, it's over. See you later. I'm just gonna leave. Love that first-person shot where we're just looking from inside the ground. Okay, well, there goes my S rank. My red packages mean that the packages are fucked. The colors change depending on the damage that you take, and that means that the contents are absolutely fucked. Yeah, I guess it could be worse. 55%. Whoop. Okay, just getting my bearings with this game again. The only reason that caught me out is because I was sure in my mind they couldn't go into water. Pro deliveries from now on. We good? We cool?
Something wrong, Sam?
I don't know. Kid doesn't look so hot.
Nothing to worry about. Its functions are temporarily suspended, but they can be restored. I can perform the necessary maintenance at a distribution center. Hurry, though.
BB, wake up.
BB is suffering from autotoxemia. Still can't pick up chiral crystals.
When the strain on your BB exceeds sustainable levels,
It triggers the production of harmful compounds, and the body, in essence, begins to attack itself. It's called autotoxemia. If your BB's not performing to spec, drop by your private room and see if the incubator helps.
Love the teeth here as well, these guards that come down when we approach the distro center. The whale's teeth. Always just something really striking about how these centers look. Against the natural world. Beached whales. That's what the title of the game is referring to. The phenomenon of beached whales winding up on shores, stranded, dead. I think some of them even have been known to explode as well, right? I think some people even might have gotten injured by exploding whales.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. All weapons will remain locked until departure. Cargo verified. Thank you.
Jima loves his Moby Dick. He loves his Moby Dick. He loves his Pinocchio as well. MGS2, of course, with its big... MGS2 and 5 both reference Pinocchio, but MGS2 very much so with Arsenal gear, right, and getting swallowed by the whale.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. All weapons will remain locked until departure. Cargo verified. Thank you.
They often have to dynamite the big corpses as well to get rid of them, because it's a whole ordeal getting rid of the beached whales.
Waystation folks told me all about you. Sam Bridges, with the second expedition, right? The guy expanding the chiral network on his lonesome, when he's not out making deliveries. So what'd you bring us? Let's see it. Thanks. Can't imagine how you managed to haul this stuff through BTville. Wait, Sam? As in Sam Porter, that legendary delivery guy? Well, I'll be.
I'm a legend like Snake, the legendary mercenary. The legendary game developer, Hideo Kojima.
Okay, it's time. Do you mind connecting us to the network?
New strand established.
Sam, as always,
Damn.
thanks for bringing more folks into the UCA.
Ham. I want some ham. Damn. New interview acquired. We have 3 interviews. Mules and Drone Syndrome, Bridge Babies, and Timefall. New features have been added to your cufflinks, mail, data. A new option has been added to delivery terminals, recycle. That's an awfully hot coffee pot.
Looks like we're on the chiral network. And with those materials you brought for our chiral printer, we can produce supplies for you here as needed. Think of it as our way of returning the favor. Now head west and keep on doing what you do.
Good. The distro center is on the network.
Sam, do me a favor. Take your BB to a private room and connect it to the incubator.
Good work.
All right. Time to learn about the Still Mothers.
Dead man, you there? Little help. Okay, Sam. Remove the pod and connect it to that incubator.
It's in.
Good. A temporary excessive stress. Easily addressed if we return it to its mother's womb.
Mother?
Located in the capital Knot City ICU. Brain dead, of course.
You mean still mother?
Correct. A still mother's womb facilitates a connection between the world of the dead and the BB. And you, in turn, connect yourself to a BB, granting you the ability to sense BTs.
I love his hand gestures.
These pods were designed to simulate the conditions inside a still mother's womb. BBs need to believe they're in one at all times to function properly. However, we can only maintain this deception for so long, which is why we must periodically update the environmental data by synchronizing it with a still mother via the chiral network. There. The update is in progress. Right now, the pod is synchronizing with the Steel Mother in capital Knot City and reconfiguring its settings based on the latest data. Returning your BB to the womb in this manner will temporarily reduce its stress levels. That being where it technically belongs, of course.
Kid looks happy.
I'll try adjusting the oxytocin dosage. Autotoxemia should set in much slower from now on.
Guillermo is a great face.
That BBs are just equipment. Try not to get attached. Each one has been physically removed from its steel mother's womb. A process that renders them unpredictable and prone to failure. No BB on record has remained in service for over a year. It may need to be retired before this expedition is over.
And then? You saying there's no way to keep my BB alive?
You must understand, there is still a great deal we don't know about BBs. As we expand the chiral network and recover more past data, perhaps we'll find our answers. Oh, right. You asked me to look into why the BTs might be reacting to your blood. I spoke with Hartman. We should have your results soon. Anyway, get some rest. You and your BB are both exhausted. Good night, Sam.
Aww.
London Bridge is falling down, falling down, falling down. London Bridge is falling down, my fair lady. Sam? Can you see me?
How are things over there?
Still not under guard. Still not chained up. Still can't leave. But if you can keep making connections, if you can get to me, we can go back east. Back home.
You're not really Princess Peach. This is all deception.
Thank you. I mean that.
Playing a role.
It's bad. There are fewer and fewer people in the cities these days. No one's having children anymore. But humans aren't made for living alone. They're supposed to come together, to help one another. And if we as a people can't do that, if we can't reconnect, then, well, it's like Bridget said, extinction.
Come on. Rebuilding America isn't gonna get rid of the BTs. As long as they're still around, there's no escaping it.
But at least we'll have hope. I'll be waiting, Sam. Waiting for you. Come and find me.
Okay, Mary Sunderland.
Hello, Sam. This is Hartman. Since you're awake, it might behoove you to freshen up. To that end, why not take a shower? It's good for the body and soul, and also my research as it happens.
That's why you really want me to take a shower. Taking pictures of yourself should make BB happy as well, I think. Maybe you can't do that in the early game. BB usually has a great laugh when you take pictures of yourself. At least later. No, I don't think BB likes me enough yet. Once we become good friends, I think. Or maybe because this is a unique sequence with BB, he's still passed out, she's still passed out. Yeah, I don't think we get the likes yet. Do I have to have a shower? I do. How's my birthday cake? There's a new birthday cake! Or wait, was it in this state last time? I thought there was less taken out of the cake last time. Didn't it look like there were 3 slices taken out of it last time? You put it here.
Sam, this is Hartman. Deadman relayed your request to me, and I oversee BT research. I'll be taking a sample of your shower water in order to study the effects your bodily fluids might have on a BT.
Study other people with dooms?
Everyone in Bridges, myself and Mama. Results thus far are inconclusive. But you possess other singular qualities, being a repatriate as well. I must confess to a measure of optimism.
Processing fluids. Waste products. Chiralic. Dispensing.
There. Take the sample with you. Should the opportunity arise, try using it on a BT. I'm curious to see how they react. Who knows? It may even prove beneficial to you. There was an old research
walks
paper
away from
detailing
it?
the effects of bodily fluids from
No,
individuals
that's
like us
nasty.
on BTs. It is only by recovering these materials that we can unearth the knowledge of the past. Not just the Death Stranding, but also the mystery of your body's unique properties and even our doom's affliction. There may well be hope for humanity. Sam, I have no interest in rebuilding America. I want to recover the past. 5, 4, it's almost time.
2, 1. After you make your connections and nothing happens, then what? I said, then what?
Sam, sorry to bother you while you're taking a break, but I figured you'd want to hear this. Hell, maybe it'll help you rest easier. We received a number of messages addressed to you. I've not taken a look myself, but I gather they're mostly from your clients. You should see if they contain any useful information. Mail can be accessed via your cufflinks, as well as the terminal in your private room. There's something else I'd like to share with you.
Go on.
With the Chiral network, we now have the power to reclaim our past. Data once thought lost forever from every corner of America can be pieced back together from fragmented records. Our archives are still a work in progress, of course. But as we expand the network and integrate more way stations and cities, we'll be able to recover more and more information, such as the previous expedition's logs and reports. Everything they sent back was lost when Central Knot City was destroyed. Now we've managed to restore some already, in fact. You can access them from a private room terminal or your cufflinks by selecting Archives. Might make for interesting reading.
Yeah. All right, thank you. So, we get introduced to our little shower grenades. Unfortunately, the bodily fluids items, they don't really have much practical use. But I still kind of like that they exist anyway. Gross ass fucking bodily fluid grenades. One thing I only discovered during my last playthrough as well. This one is really nasty. This one is hidden. Most people don't even know that this one exists. But you can also create piss blood grenades. You can, you know when you take a piss, you get the regular piss grenades. When you shit, when you take a shower, you get all these different grenades. But if you let your max stamina drop to below 25% and then go to the private room and take a piss the next day, Sam will piss blood. And Hartman will be able to create a piss blood grenade. So we're going to have to show that later on. And I think it has some kind of unique effect on the BTs that the other ones don't do. Again, it's not practical in any way to use, I don't think. Especially this one, because it's so well hidden. But, yeah. We'll have to experiment with those piss blood grenades later on. Let's take a few drinks here, shall we? I love how this really does look like an ad. The way he looks over at it, it makes me think of Kiefer and his Cuervo. Look at the way he looks over at the can. The first part of the shot. The little side eye, the little look. There we go. We'll be able to get beer later. We'll be able to get drunk in our private room. You can try and start a fight with BB if you get too drunk in the private room. Yeah, you don't get any different animations for this one. Did they patch out the monster cans? Yeah, that was just for the original game. With the director's cut, you get Bridges energy, no more monster sponsorship.
Bo.
Yeah, I'd say they just had a contract for the original game and the director's cut was a separate thing.
Bo.
Alright, let's head out. Yeah, now you have...
Sam, we've received a distress call from the distro center staff. Check the order on the delivery terminal as soon as you're ready.
Yeah, in the director's cut, you have official Bridges brand energy drinks instead of Monster. The canteen transformed water into Monster, didn't it? In the original game? Like, you really got the sense that originally the idea is that it was just going to be water. And that's why when you stand in water, it'll automatically refill your canteen. But then, I don't think they even tried to explain it. It was just like, the water is going to turn into Monster energy. That's it. It's silly. Have fun. Let's see here. Let's take a read of this and then we'll go out. We'll pace out some of the data entries here, the interviews. Mules and drone syndrome is the first one that you get. Bridges HQ, Die Hardman, 2 years ago. So this is data from the past that we have now reconstructed from hooking up the network. Data from 2 years ago. Bridges HQ. Bridges' primary objective is to rebuild America, and in order to rebuild, one of our main tasks is to reconnect cities and other settlements by re-establishing a delivery network. Back before the Death Stranding, the comms and delivery networks were what held society together. The whole thing was automated, AI managed, deliveries carried out by drone. The belief was that taking people out of the equation would revolutionize the entire system. But things didn't quite pan out that way. Instead, we started seeing cases of what would eventually be dubbed drone syndrome. It was too much for some folks to accept, leaving everything to machines and nothing for the common man. And indeed, the oxytocin deficiency and hormonal imbalances we confirmed seemed to back up that assessment. Humanity needed to be a part of the process. So laws were put in place, and we stepped back into the picture again. And then what happened? All the people put out of work by machines who got called up again convinced themselves society couldn't survive without them. And that brought on a whole new disorder, delivery dependence syndrome, they called it. When the Death Stranding tore us apart, the delivery problem spiraled even further. It wasn't helped any by the fact that chiral clouds prevented planes and drones from flying, which meant we had to go back to relying completely on human couriers whether we liked it or not. Eventually, delivering goods became all some lived for. They were obsessed, addicted, consumed by the desire to deliver. Over time, they turned into the mules we know and love today. So the mules are these delivery-obsessed fiends, consumed by the desire to deliver. Almost making me think of MGS and the characters in MGS5, consumed by revenge. Consumed by the desire to deliver. And there's our mules. Okay, we'll take a read. We'll read up on the bridge babies later on. It reminds you of Police Knots. We got our emails. We'll take a look at some of those in a bit. All right, let's head out.
Isn't what we agreed on. You said you'd do everything in your power to save BB.
We are. But we cannot release your son just yet. Believe me when I tell you it's for the best.
System woman in the mask who's done nothing but lie to me.
All right, another little fragment from Cliff.
Sam, out of curiosity, how's it doing at the moment?
Before I answer that,
Something wrong?
when I hook up my BB, I see things.
What kind of things?
Like a face, someone I don't know, calling to me. There's this room, too, with other people talking, but I can't make out the words.
Bleed-through effect. Didn't I warn you about this? You're mistaking the BB's memories for your own. They're false flashbacks, nothing more. Let me explain. A BB is harvested from its steel mother at around 28 weeks and placed in a pod. To be clear, this is before it's even born. The procedure halts its development. But even at 28 weeks, its sensory systems have matured enough to process external stimuli. It is more than capable of encoding this information into memories, which can bleed into yours via your connection.
So who's the man I saw?
Someone from the medical team, maybe? Or a BB technician? Does it matter? The BB has been in circulation for a while now. It's been handled by a lot of people. How should I know which one made an impression?
'Cause you're the expert.
No one's an expert, Sam. BBs were developed decades ago in secret. They're your quintessential black boxes. We may use them, but we don't truly understand them. Believe me, I've been trying to learn more, but almost all of the old records are gone. If I find anything out, I'll tell you, all right? Dead man's honor.
Sam.
Sam.
Check the delivery terminal and review the list of orders.
I'll get to it. I'll do my job. Don't worry. Okay, so we learn a bit more about the BBs, the significance of the 28 weeks. Deadman posits that we're just seeing our BB's memories, but in reality, we are actually seeing Sam's own memories, or we're seeing things from Sam's perspective there. He was designed to be the first BB, the first test candidate, the first BB sacrifice.
While you're resting, I ran some network diagnostics. Beryllium monitoring and holographic systems are nominal. Unfortunately, our printer is offline. I know, after all the trouble you went through to bring us those materials. This one's on us. We ordered a part a while back, but it never arrived. The printer needs it to communicate with the chiral network. Mules must have snatched it, caught that porter en route or something. If I'm right, they'll have taken it to their drop site, which is smack dab in the middle of their territory. Don't suppose you'd be up for stealing us our property back? Can't think of anyone more qualified than you.
I'll do it. Collection, chiral crystals here as well. Collect at least 1 CG of chiral crystals. Recycle them using the delivery terminal. Yeah, you get a slightly different line of dialogue if you just collect the smallest amount. I'll take that on. And recover the chiral printer interface from the mules, like he was just saying.
Heads up, Sam. Distro Center staff's got a favor to ask. Probably best I start from the beginning.
This one's on us. We ordered a part a while back, but it never arrived. The printer needs it to communicate with the chiral network. Mules must have snatched it, caught the porter en route or something.
I got you could get like
If
slightly
I'm right,
different
they'll have
briefings
taken it
here
to
as
their
well.
drop site, which is smack dab in the middle of their territory. Don't suppose you'd be up for stealing us our property back?
Yeah.
Anyone more qualified than you?
I guess that second part was the same.
Mama's added a watchtower schematic to your PCC. If you don't have it on you, consider fabricating one. You never know when you'll need to recon an area.
Okay. A few free PCCs. Head out.
That thing you're holding is a crystal collector. Now, as the name suggests, it provides secure storage for any crystals you gather.
Allow me to describe your quarry. Chiral crystals appear gold to the naked eye and are frequently found in formations resembling human handprints. The surrounding rocks and debris tend to float a few feet above the ground. And they are most commonly found in areas with high precipitation. Got all that? Rain, floating rocks, golden handprints. That's your trifecta. Look for these three things and you'll find the crystals. If you've been especially observant, then perhaps you already know where to look.
Now, I never really utilized the watchtowers much outside of the first few hours of the game. Maybe some people find them useful if they're like outside a mule camp to see where all the mules are positioned. Might get a bit of use out of them that way. Yeah, I really like the parts of the combat that utilize the cargo, being able to throw cargo. One really cool little nuance is that you can throw further if you have a package in Sam's right hand. His right hand is stronger than his left hand. So if you throw a package while it's in your right hand, he'll throw it much further. And I think because of that, it's also more powerful. You know, it'll knock them out more easily if you throw from your right hand. I kind of wish they leaned more into those sorts of things when it comes to the combat system as a whole, like the incorporating cargo into the combat. And the sticky gun is a cool tool as well, you know, using the sticky gun to pull a piece of cargo off a mule, catching it in your right hand and smacking them across the face with that same bit of cargo you just stole from them. Like, stuff like that is pretty cool and inventive. Let's see. Okay, I think we're ready to head out.
Beginning scan. Have a pleasant journey.
Keep on keeping on.
You know, like, I almost wish you couldn't use any normal weapons against mules. Maybe, like, when you go to the world of the dead and you're fighting Cliff, maybe then, you know, be more suitable. You're in this war zone, you're in the past, in the world of the dead. I almost wish you just had to use tools in your hands and stuff against the mules. Use the packages against them. It's cool how they can slip on terrain and things like that, too. And how they can, like, move across ladders and stuff that you lay down. Stuff like that is cool. The gun that you get, which creates pools of water on the ground, which causes them to slip.
Keep on keeping on.
Hey, how's it going, Az? Oh, this lost cargo. Okay, I've been carrying this around with me since the beginning. Let's put this back here.
Decontaminating suit. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
One visual detail I like is how you always pull the guns out of a package. You know, like the weapon spawning animation. It's kind of cool how they tie it to the whole delivery theme. You always have to unpackage the gun. Let's stick that in the private locker. Okay. Let's go do what we need to do.
Beginning scan. Have a pleasant journey.
Keep on keeping on. Keep on keeping on.
Where do I want to go first? Yeah, let's go up to this mule camp. And then we'll go get those crystals on the way back.
Call it a rule or a habit, but most mules almost always bring stolen shipments home with them. Find the post box, steal back the cargo. Simple as that. But be careful. These guys are armed. If this goes sideways, be ready to fight.
This is gonna be easy. There's like 2 or 3 guys up here. I'll try and get the thing without even interacting with them. If I can. I think I should be able to. Ooh, that's steep. Take a breather. He does it. Whoop. Got the wind farm across the road there. Whoop. Rain-induced adrenaline rush. Okay, get up on these rocks. This probably wasn't the best path to take, but I think we can get up this way. I want to find that cave, and I thought the cave was around here. No shoes challenge run where we're just fucking hobbling for the whole game. Sam's feet bleed for the entire game. Okay, I think the cave is in here. No, where is this cave?
Come on, let's get this show on the road.
Okay, let's just go all the way up to the top here. The sandals only. I've heard one fun way to do a run is to, like a no fabrication run. An online run with no fabrication where you're only allowed to utilize other people's stuff. So you have to get all of your stuff from post boxes, shared lockers, things like that. And then just adapt with all of the post box stuff that you find. Ooh, we're up pretty high here. You know what I hope we get in DS2? The opening of the game always makes me think, you know when you're going up to deliver President Strand's body to the incinerator and the camera pulls back? It'd be cool if we had the option to do that ourselves throughout the game. Like RDR2 style cinematic camera. Where you can just kind of pull back and see the world from different angles. It'd be cool if they implemented something like that for the second game. You know, given that so much of the game is about traversing the environment and taking in some of these smaller moments, enjoying the landscapes. And I'm assuming DS2 is going to have is also going to be focused on that kind of thing. With some of the screenshots I've been unable to avoid, it seems like looks like there's some gorgeous landscapes waiting for us in the second game. I've seen that shot of those mountains a few times. Those desert-looking mountains. I'm good. I'm not carrying any cargo, so they won't be able to see my position. The cargo pinging system in this is kind of cool, I think. Like a cool kind of spin on like the Spidey senses X-ray style mechanic. You know how we can only track cargo with our Audra deck? So we'll only highlight mules that are carrying something. And they'll only be able to ping us if we have cargo, something that's classified as cargo. So if there's a mule down there that isn't carrying a package, we won't be able to see them on with our radar, with our system here.
Drop sites are rarely deserted, so remaining undetected is key. Keep a low profile and move slowly to minimize noise.
These guys have no interest in me. They only have interest in my cargo. Go over this way. Seems I know there's going to be like more natural disasters and stuff like that in the second game. Like, you know, later on in this game you get those little earthquakes and boulders that come suddenly when you're up in the mountains. Seems like there's going to be more of an emphasis on that kind of thing in the second game with landslides and floods and stuff. Hopefully that factors into the traversal in a cool way. We'll be redoing the sub-goals. The sub-goals are not correct. If people are talking about the sub-goals. We're gonna move Heavy Rain to 3,000 subs. We're gonna move... we're gonna put Outer Wilds in at 4.5k. I think we'll be moving Portal down to 4,000. So yeah, the sub-goals aren't exactly right. All grass. Sam can hide in grass or other foliage, provided it is tall enough. Okay, I'm just gonna hope this guy doesn't see me from there. Infiltrating mule camp. I think all of the mules here are carrying a package, so when you ping them here, you are seeing every mule on the screen. And some of the later camps, some of them will have packages, some of them won't, so you'll be less sure if if you're seeing everyone on your Audra monitor. Okay, I'm just gonna take this. That's all we need, right? We could also take some lost cargo down to him if we want to be extra nice to him. He's lost some other stuff here. Alright, I'll be nice and I'll bring his lost cargo as well. Back up we go. Back into that cave that I missed on the way up. Hey, Blood Sense. Good to see you. Am I up to date with thanking everyone here? Sneaky with the 28, Anonymous with the gifted 5, La Bomball, Sin Life. Cheers, everyone. Like the echo in here. Am I going to play DS2 when it releases? Of course. Yeah. I'm going to end the Summer Strand subathon on the release of DS2. Then I'll come back a week later and play it. Blue ball, everyone.
Sam, if you stumble across any memory chips on the road, be sure to submit them via the nearest terminal. There's no telling what kind of rare and valuable data they might contain. You're sure to make someone very, very happy with your contribution.
Can we get a reading of On the Beach before DS2 release? Like I've said many times, I have not watched any of the trailers, apart from the first trailer. I don't really want to have a read. You know, I want to go into it blind. Well, that isn't necessarily true. I liked getting just a little taste in the first trailer, and then that's all I need. Combined with other images and things that I see online. You know, like little things from the other trailers, you know, because I have seen other images from the other trailers, but nothing major, you know, just a couple of stills here and there. But yeah, that first trailer was enough for me. That was enough for me to chew on. It seems like the theme of the game is going to question the theme of the first game. You know, this whole thing of should we have connected the drawbridge logo, whatever drawbridge is, to protect and connect. You know, a drawbridge being a possible connection, but also as a means of defense. It seems like we'll be traveling out on a ship, on some Metal Gear ship with Fragile, going out to other lands. I know that the game takes place in Mexico, or at least some of the game takes place in Mexico. Maybe we'll be going to multiple lands. I was talking about the whole Magellan thing earlier, and the sort of some of the colonialist themes under the surface of Death Stranding. Kind of curious to see how this goes as we venture out to connect these other lands. Will they want our connection? Will they want to sign up to America's chiral network? To our super internet? Hold on a second here. Let me catch up with the chat. Am I going to get DS2 early access? I probably will, yeah. I hope there's a group of very vocal people that hate delivering and find it very boring. I hope so too. I hope they tell me all about it as well, because I'd love to know. Or who knows, maybe I won't enjoy it in the second game either.
Mules. Damn addicts chasing a cargo high. Shame we gotta deal with their bullshit at all. Back in the day, AI did everything. Deliveries were handled by unmanned vehicles and drones. And all we had to do was sit back and let them work. It was revolutionary. Damn near singularity. No reason for it not to take off. But it didn't. People didn't like it when we took the human element out of the service industry.
Yeah, we were just reading about it.
So, after some consideration, we put it back in. Made jobs no one really needed and gave them to folks who couldn't live without them. And from there, it snowballed. Now we got cults of cargo-chasing crazies who get off on hijacking shipments. Jackal's always on the lookout for the next order. Make sure you're not him.
I really like this little path system in the game. How paths just naturally form like this. You know, if a group of players all take the same path, how it'll have this physical effect here on the environment. And you can see all the names of the other players who walk this little path. I don't think you can give the paths likes as well. Yeah, this is a thing. I remember noticing this last time. This is bringing back memories of our last playthrough a couple of years ago. Yeah, I think most people don't scan the paths. And you'll notice that no one ever gets any likes on these paths because no one knows that this exists. But here's all the players who walk this road to create this path, this wear here. There you go.
Thanks for the help.
I'll keep an eye out on the path, see if anyone else gave a like. Oh! Oh, wait, were those mine? Maybe people do give likes to the paths. Oh, no, that was mine. Same guy.
Weapons restrictions lifted. Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. All weapons will remain locked until departure.
Today's a good
Cargo
day.
verified. Thank you.
This one's for you.
Limits on liking consecutively.
Today's a good day.
Yappa with the 72 and the 71 streak. Cheers.
Weapons restrictions lifted. Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. All weapons will remain locked. Cargo verified.
Come on.
All right, Benjamin.
Examining suit. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
A flawless delivery.
Time to get that chiral printer in working order. Sorry to push you through so much trouble, but trust me, it'll be worth it. Excellent. The unit doesn't have a scratch on it. Never doubted you'd come through for us.
Sam, how are your shoes holding up? Not too well, I imagine, conditions being what they are out there. Nothing ruins your day like shoes falling apart while you're on the job. Carry on like that, and it's only a matter of time before you injure yourself. I've arranged for boots to be added to your supplies. Bridges standard issue, so they ought to fit you fine.
Thank
You
you.
should always carry an extra pair. But if you forget or run into trouble, you can fabricate another via a terminal at one of our many facilities.
Okay, thank you. New interview data. Necrosis and the ancient Egyptian view of life and death. 2 years ago, distribution center west of Capital Knot City, and some backstory on the chiral network itself.
Good work, Sam. It seems your connection level is increasing. As your connection level increases, larger quantities of resources will be made available to you at our facilities.
I have Blood Sense. I enjoyed it. Have you been playing it recently? We got the Macho hologram data. Chiral crystals can now be used at all UCA-affiliated facilities. Yeah, we get more bandwidth. Which allows us to create more structures. The amount of structures we're allowed to create depends on the bandwidth we have. We get more bandwidth, the more people we hook up to the network, the more stars we get, the more we deliver. And we got a new porter grade. New title earned. People think of you as a porter who can be relied upon for basic orders. But with time and effort, you may one day be recognized as a true legend. You have reached miscellaneous grade 10. You will now receive more likes. They kind of blur the lines between the character and the player here. They do it a few times. Even the characters will kind of nod to this. Where, like, a character will refer to Sam as a beginner, and then later on they're like, oh, wait, I didn't mean to talk to you like that. You're a legend. You know, where, like, within the history of the... Sam, as a character in the game, is known to be this legendary porter, but, you know, the player is a beginner.
See you around.
Congratulations, Sam. I understand you now have access to a chiral printer. An extraordinarily useful device that can only function because of the manner in which our network utilizes the beach, enabling us to transfer massive volumes of data instantaneously. Since under normal circumstances, such transfers would take hours, if not days, some have speculated that the chiral network might, in essence, be a time machine. That it is transmitting data into the past. Suffice it to say, we have yet to fully grasp the fundamental nature of the network and the beach which we have come to rely upon. One might liken our relationship with it to that of primitive mans with fire. Is it useful? Quite. Is it dangerous? Undeniably so. Nevertheless, we have decided that the reward outweighs the risk. Furthermore, as the BTs are linked to the beach, it stands to reason that further study and experimentation could be of considerable benefit. The same could be said regarding you, of course. Rest assured, I will keep you apprised of what I learn. You have my word.
Yeah, it's some pretty crazy tech you have here.
Good work.
We wire our super internet through the world of the dead. Through the beach into the world of the dead. Transmitting data into the past. Taking data from the past. I have a few of your builds in my game. Oh, really? If you start a new game, do they disappear? Still can't understand how all these systems work. I'm not sure what the deal is with, like, multiple playthroughs and how it handles that. If you have, like, if you're moving from save to save, from one playthrough to another, I have no idea. Let's share our memory chip data here.
Wow, thanks. You did me a real favor there.
What the fuck are you talking about? What favor? Memory chip data restored. The explanation behind this is that, you collect various memory chips out in the game. These are like just your little collectible things. Some of the collectibles you find, some of the chips you find are movies. And all of the movies go to Die Hardman. He's the guy who takes all your movie chips. Because he's the movie fan, I guess. Maybe because his name is Die Hardman, which is a reference to a movie. I don't know. But this one is for the Seven Samurai.
Thank you for your contribution.
I quite like the little visuals we get for these. It's kind of nice getting the old movie posters and a little blurb. Kojima gets to ramble about the films that he loves that inspired him. A classic work from Akira Kurosawa, who became, alongside Godzilla's Ishiro Honda, one of Japan's most globally acclaimed directors. The movie developed a huge cult following worldwide, and its story was retold in the Hollywood classic The Magnificent Seven. The image of the villagers hiring the Seven Samurai in order to protect themselves strikes a chord with many preppers living as they do without the support of an organized nation-state. And making this a classic, old copies of which are much sought after. Another film I saw like a year ago in the theater for the first time. It was great seeing it on the big screen. Alright, what's our next job here? Yeah, you big Kurosawa fan, Az? My favorite Kurosawa film is Ran. I was absolutely mind blown the first time I saw Ran. I couldn't believe my eyes. I'll take these. Wait, hold on. Do you give me any of these for free? How am I? Yeah, my boots are in bad shape, but I do have another pair. Hold on. Hey, yeah, he did give me a free pair. I remember looking at the storyboards he drew up for Ran as well. He painted all of the storyboards individually. I think he worked on the prep for that film for a long time. And the film itself, man, every frame is a painting in Ran. The colors, just breathtaking visually. I love the kind of apocalyptic themes of it as well. That ending, that very grim ending, or maybe not grim, but yeah, it's kind of an apocalyptic ending. High and Low is another classic. High and Low is Kojima's favorite Kurosawa film. He's spoken about that quite a bit in the past. I think High and Low partially inspired laws to change in Japan, like kidnapping laws and the sentences that were given for kidnappings. But yeah, it's a very different kind of Kurosawa film. It's about like corporate exploitation and stuff.
Sam, you can use share lockers to exchange cargo with other porters.
One second, guys. Okay.
Beginning scan. Have a pleasant journey.
Still got work to do, Sam. Let's not keep people waiting.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Benjamin Hancock, he has a bike here for us, but we can't do anything with it because we can't make generators yet.
Sam, chiral crystals are pretty small and can be difficult to spot with the naked eye. I'd advise you to use your ultra deck to point you in the right direction. If you want to survey a wider area, though, you might consider building a watchtower and relying on its sensors.
Am I going to do the thing tonight? I don't know yet. I might just go full on with the Death Stranding today. Maybe just do one big Death Stranding session, or maybe for a couple of hours at the end we'll switch to the thing. We'll see. I'm not sure yet.
Almost there.
All right. This is all you're getting, Benjamin. At least one CG. I did my job.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges.
Sam, chiral crystal deliveries are a little different from the usual. The process is pretty simple, though. Access the delivery terminal and drop off any chiral crystals you're carrying.
Too Old to Die Young is my favorite from thing from Refn. It's the only thing from Refn that I like passionately love. But I have a hard time recommending it to anyone. It is glacially slow paced. Recycle.
Got some chiral crystals for us? These crystals only form in places with elevated chiralium levels. Which makes me wonder if expanding the network had something to do with it. Not a bad haul. Plenty enough for research. We'll take good care of it.
Yeah. New interview data acquired. Chiral symmetry, chiralium. That was an intentional B rank. We can now create a bridge.
Excess chiral crystals can be deposited at any facility. They'll be added to the stores held on site. These local stores include materials that you can draw upon to fabricate equipment as needed.
From what I understand of the Death Stranding speedruns, the PS4 version is the fastest way to play the game. Because it's the only version that's capable of doing a certain glitch. And I think it has to be played on a physical disc as well. The glitch was dubbed the Norman Pedus because you have to trigger it by taking a piss. You take a piss, and if you press the buttons in a correct combination, Sam will take flight. And then you can just fly through the game. You take on your delivery, you go outside, you trigger your Norman Pedus, and then you fly to the next destination, hand over your delivery, and then you just fly through the whole game. And I guess you need to be like, you need to drink regularly. Maybe I think there are some deliveries that go a different way, where maybe you have to go on foot, but I think you essentially just fly through the whole game. Yeah.
Oh, before I forget. This is for you.
That's container repair spray for patching up cargo containers. Good for dealing with timefall degradation and all that. Useful stuff if you and your cargo have been through the ringer. We've added it to your supplies list, so it's readily available if and when you need it.
Okay. Thank you. I didn't mind all the tutorializing in this game on the first playthrough, because it still just felt so fresh and new, but on repeat playthroughs, the Eastern Continent section can be a bit much, you know, before it opens up in Chapter 2. Well, Sam!
There is a correlation between elevated Corellium levels and increased crystal formation. This may well be the result of the network's expansion. You needn't worry though. Local chiral density is still within an acceptable range. If you find any more, be sure to collect it. You'll be well rewarded.
If you come into more chiral crystals, you can submit them at one of our facilities. And you can deposit other resources too, along with any items you don't need. Everything has its value. What we don't use as is can be broken down into components for R&D and other applications.
Yeah, once I got a feel for the game, I stopped using the spray as much. Although sometimes I do like to use it in some of the mountain deliveries if I feel like there's a danger of falling. Just so I don't take as much damage from the packages. It's a really satisfying animation to look at as well. I like seeing all the rust get cleaned away. And even just watching the packages rust, I really like. It's a simple pleasure in this game that I just really enjoy. Just looking at all the shit stuck to Sam and watching it all degrade. You know me, I love my rust. You know, I love my grimy walls and my dilapidated buildings and my rust. Maybe it ties into that. Just something satisfying about watching stuff wear and break away. Break apart. In the late game as well, you know, when you have all your zip lines set up, especially on very hard, you have all the roads set up and everything starts to quickly decay. Big fan. Okay, let's do the next order. Wind farm. Let's head to the wind farm. Let's construct a bridge. Our first bridge. Oh yeah, this is the director's cut thing. The first director's cut mission, the ruined factory. In order to learn more about the ruined factory on the ridge near the distribution center west of Capital Knot City, you need to recover some cargo found near the factory entrance. Be careful though, it looks like a bunch of mules have set up camp in the factory. I really wasn't all that crazy about this, the missions you do, particularly later, like when you go inside the facility and it does the whole Metal Gear thing. I thought it felt really tacked on mechanically, and just the gameplay doesn't work well inside these tight spaces. Just kind of felt silly interacting with the mules there. I'd even bother trying to sneak around them in that big warehouse section. I was like, just get this over with. Shoot these fucking guys. Okay, let's do it.
We've added a bridge schematic to your PCC. The first step is laying the foundation, after which you'll have to supply additional materials to finish the job. Plenty of rivers and canyons could do with a good bridge, you know. Take a stroll across one you built yourself, and I guarantee you'll be glad you made the effort. Give it a try.
Okay. My home is not as dirty and as rusty as I would like, unfortunately. Let's take that container spray. We already have PCCs. I'll take that. Some metals.
We're issuing you a maser gun. This close-range, non-lethal weapon incapacitates hostiles with a powerful electrical burst. Bear in mind that it requires battery power to function. You should visit the firing range to familiarize yourself with it. Use the terminal to head to the range whenever you like.
Yeah, another new gun that they introduced for the director's cut. I remember thinking that was going to be really OP when I first got it, but it's not really. But... okay, let's head out. All that stuff! All those sounds. The physicality. Love how tactile this game can be. You really feel the character and everything that's stuck to him. Look at all this shit.
Sam.
My boots.
Make your way to the designated construction area for the bridge. The foundation should already be in place. With your help, we'll have the thing finished in no time. There should be a terminal nearby. Access it to submit additional materials.
I think so, S2 system. I really liked some of the new additions in the director's cut.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Some of the new tools are really nice. It's not like a game changer or anything. Like, if you didn't like the original version, the director's cut isn't going to change the game fundamentally or anything, but some of the new tools are really nice.
Sam.
Looks
like you found the site. There should be a terminal nearby. Access it to submit.
Complete the structure. My god, they do yap on in this first couple of chapters. Wait.
Bravo, Sam. That bridge should make life easier for a lot of people. You can be sure that every traveler and porter who passes that way will put it to good use. Keep an eye out for other spots that could do with another well-placed bridge.
Lovely. I never noticed for the longest time, I don't know how, that this is supposed to look like a tail. Like a whale's tail. I'm assuming. This ramp. Whoop. Mirrored tails. Chiral tails. Alright, we head up to the wind farm. I think I got all the stuff. Power supply units. Yes, to Jake Wind. Everyone is defined by where they work. Cargo condition and your porter grades.
Thanks.
Whoop.
Come on. Keep it together.
Nira with the 57 and the 56 streak. Cheers. me take a look at a couple of these emails. George Baton. More than Oxy. I find some of these emails to be quite endearing. You probably remember, some of you, from my first playthrough. Just the emotes cracking me up. Some of them are just so earnest. Sam the man, our savior. Things are looking up here at the way station. Everything feels better somehow. We were all bright-eyed and bushy-tailed when we set ourselves up. But 3 years of isolation and loneliness will change anyone's tune. Hell, when we first got here, we were putting up signs for porters and whatnot. But after a while, some guys got too scared to even set foot outside. What kind of face is that? Ghost face? Spooked face? When Central went up, I told myself this was it. America's done. Everyone was feeling it too. And the mood was just bleak. And then you waltzed in. Thumbs up. I know what you're thinking. At first, I thought it was just the oxytocin too. But that's not it. Not all of it, anyhow. You gave us the glimmer of hope we needed by bringing us into the chiral network. We're back in the game now. Been thinking of putting up signs again, even. Watchtowers, too. Before long, we'll be opening up new delivery routes. Mark my words. Thumbs up.
Thanks.
Like. It's still scary out there, though. All the oxy in the world won't help us deal with mules, let alone BTs. We shit ourselves every time we catch sight of one. And end up dropping half our equipment. Honestly, a part of me is still a little worried that we won't be able to keep it up. Crying face, sweating emoji. And that's why we need you, Sam. You're not scared of anything, right? So go show us how it's done. 5 likes. Thank you, George. We got a happy birthday from all Bridges members. Happy birthday, Sam. I wanted to get in touch to thank you for all your hard work. Come rain or shine, you're the man who always delivers. At the start of getting this at the very beginning of the game feels kind of insincere. I've only done a couple of deliveries. It kind of feels like they're just, you know, trying to manipulate me more with this. I don't know where we'd be without your help. You're always putting other people first, breaking your back so you don't let them down. But today's your special day. Kick back and have a few likes on us. Go on, you deserve it. Here's wishing you a very happy birthday and a great year ahead, Sam Bridges. There's just something so funny about the level of importance they put on the likes. Like, oh my god, really? 10 likes? I'm gonna get 10 more likes for this? Oh, thank you. I feel good. Alright, let's head up to the wind farm. The likes are the currency of this world. We get paid in likes. There's not a single word said about the concept of money in this. We just get likes. We trade in likes. Strong wind. Strong wind will make movement trickier and will also deplete stamina more quickly. A headwind will slow movement while a tailwind will speed you along slightly. These effects can be reduced by arranging your cargo. I do love the feel of this here, the weight. The slight rumbling on the dual sense. Easy does it. We're just heading for the wind farm now. Our first trip to the wind farm. Oh!
Too close.
The wind was so loud I didn't even really hear him. He wished me a happy birthday. Sam knows it's my birthday, not his.
I'm Sam. Hey. Anyone? Hey.
Disconnected from the network. What does Benjamin have in the post box here? Boots. Special device. I forgot to bring any boots.
Looks like some cargo has been transported to its destination on your behalf. You can access the share locker to collect it.
PCCs. I'm cool. Wind is tearing through that stamina and the max stamina. Take a chug. Hold on, let me get that mouse off the screen. Love the sound. Those are some good windy sounds. The rain. The little splashes on the wet moss. Easy does it. No monster energy in the director's cut. No, if that's a deal breaker. If you can't live without the monster, you'll need to stick with the OG. I was just gonna say, there's probably mods for it. Are there mods? Nice and easy. Whoop! I think we're safe.
Breathe easy, Sam. You're clear of BG territory. The Death Stranding's to blame for all of this. The gazers, the fall of America, everything. It warped the world beyond recognition. Humanity had to scramble like rats fleeing a sinking ship. But there's nowhere else to go. There's no future living like this. If we're to survive, we need to find another way. A way to overcome the BTs, the Death Stranding, the whole damn mess.
The whole damn mess. What's the little thing? The spinning thing? That's the Audra deck. It allows you to sense the BTs. It shows you how close you are to them. The faster it's spinning, the closer you are. The more in danger you are. And it's BB who allows us to use it. Without BB, we wouldn't be able to... see them. BB has this connection to the world of the dead. Yeah, BB is supposed to be a kind of bridge in and of itself, a connection to the other side, taken... Supposed to be half dead, taken from its still mother. Taken from its still mother's womb.
Delivering cargo.
Thank you. With this unit, we should be able to power the distro center via the chiral network. Other places too, if it works. Here's hoping the UCA can put our electricity to good use. Mind if I have a look? Incredible. How'd you get this here? You fly?
That just made me think of the fucking Norman Peters thing. You could actually fly. Speedrunners would say yes. Why, yes, actually. Hold on a second here. I don't have the BB pod from the collector's edition. I didn't get that collector's edition. I'm really not much of a collector like that when it comes to special editions of games and, you know, collector's editions. I don't usually bother with all of that.
All we need now is a connection to the chiral network. Go for it.
I explained it like 15 minutes ago, Mup. Or half an hour ago. I'll explain it again. The PS... Hold on.
Network bandwidth is a limited resource, and
Die Hard
every
has to keep
structure
you yapping.
build consumes it. However, as you increase your connection level, the bandwidth available to you will increase as well.
Yeah. More bandwidth, the more we deliver, the more bandwidth we get, the more structures we can create. In the speedrunning community, the PS4 version of Death Stranding, physical release PS4 version, is the fastest way to play the game, because you can trigger a glitch which they dubbed the Norman Peters, which allows you to fly in the game. And you trigger it from the pissing state. You take a piss, You enter some button combination, and then you can fly across the map. So you just pick up, you get your delivery, start taking a piss, and then you fly to the next destination on loop, on repeat, and that's the Norman Peters. I'm just being reminded. I think I first heard about this from Maxi Lobes' video. If you YouTube Maxi Lobes Death Stranding, I think he has a video where he talks all about it, and he'll explain everything about the Norman Peters in detail. You can probably just YouTube Norman Peters, and it would come up maybe. But yeah, either that or Maxi Lobes. There's some free promotion for you, Maxi. Sometimes he visits the channel. Chiral Bandwidth. Nixon Boxing with the 84. Thank you. New interview data. Humanity's biggest problem. Logistics. Chiral contamination. The discovery of beaches and the concept of death.
About time we did our part. Thanks again. You know, I heard the rest of your team was wiped out. Makes what you're doing all the more incredible. You're a one-man expedition. I hope Amelie's doing as well as you. Wonder if she made it to Edgenot City yet. It was her that put us in charge of the wind farm. I was with the group bringing up the rear while Amelie led the way. I've never met her in person, but it was an honor to travel with her all the same.
Another person who's never met her in person.
Tell her I said so, huh?
Sam, got a moment? I ran an experiment with your blood. It seems you were onto something. After dispersing an aerosolized sample of your blood in BT territory, we observed reduced activity. While this is hardly definitive, as we have no other repatriates to whom we can turn for additional testing, it does suggest that the bodily fluids of repatriates are repellent to BTs. Mama had the idea of developing a weapon to test this theory. The prototype should be ready soon, and when it is, we'd like you to test it.
Sam, this is the perfect opportunity. We've almost got the whole region on the chiral network. All that's left is Port Knot City. Return to Capital Knot City so you can pick up relief supplies for Port Knot. By the time you arrive, we can give you the completed prototype in person.
All right, we're almost done.
It's not very often porters get out to that wind farm. While you're there, you should pick up any outstanding orders. No sense coming all the way back here empty-handed if there's work to be done. Have a look at that delivery terminal.
All right, we're almost done with our tutorial region.
Please access delivery terminal for further information.
Okay, what orders do you have?
Sam, you're cleared to take on open orders. While they're not as high priority as the ones specifically assigned to you, if you're already heading a certain way and you have room to spare, it couldn't hurt to do a little more, right? Just because they're not mission critical doesn't mean they're not important to someone. So why not do a good deed or two?
Yeah, I can do a good deed.
That's a request for material transport. By helping a facility replenish its stores, you'll gain access to a greater share of the materials on site.
Yeah.
Give, and you shall receive.
Very useful for building roads later in the game. You just take on loads of standard orders for the distro centers. You'll be topped up nicely and all the metals and ceramics. Just focus on 5-starring all that stuff in the mid-game. Yeah, I'll take some of this. Power supply inspection tools. Metals. Oh, for metals for Nick. How way down am I gonna be here?
Hey, great work. That wind farm you've brought into the network is essential for our continued expansion. By way of reward, I've added a little something to your PCC. A generator option. Generators recharge the batteries of all nearby devices. That includes machines, bikes, and other battery-powered vehicles.
I don't think there's anything extra for 5-starring all of the porters, but with each prepper that you 5-star, you'll get a special reward. Like, each one has a special reward for 5-starring, and then you can keep getting that same reward if you continue to deliver to them after the 5-star point. You know, like, one person's 5-star reward are the chiral boots, which are like the best boots in the game. You know, they last the longest. I think that's the chiral artist's mother that has the boots, if I remember correctly. And then, you know, other people's rewards aren't so useful. Like, there's like the best ladder in the game that'll last, you know, that has the most amount of durability. You don't ever really need to give a shit about having a ladder that good, but yeah, one guy will have the, you know, the gold-plated chiral ladder and so on. And you get a star to put on your body when you 5-star. With each 5-star, you get a little star to put on your leg. Right. I think I'm ready to roll. Crunchy sounds.
Order assigned.
Okay, do I really want to take all this stuff? It's kind of heavy. See you later, Mr. Wind. Ladder. I'll survive. I'll find the right path to climb up. Although, now that we're...
Sam, I see you've decided to take on several orders at once.
You have a problem with that?
If you're not sure how you want to handle them, open your itinerary via your cufflinks. There you can sort your active orders by distance from your current position. Should help you plan an efficient route.
Jesus Christ, Die Hardman. You called me like 3 extra times here. Good lord. Now that we're on the network, I might have ladders and ropes waiting for me at the start here anyway. Yeah, see, there's climbing anchor there. Left by Togarashi. Got a few stuff here. A few things here I might be able to utilize.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Canceling orders. One thing I like in this game is just the amount of orders you can take on at once. I forget what the max is. It's kind of a fun way to play when you get to Chapter 3, just trying to take on as much as you can. Going on big postman runs, delivering like 20 or 30 deliveries at once. Yeah, I love the vibe of the wind farm. When you walk down for the first time, the sound and the feeling of the wind pushing back against you. I love this needle drop coming up as well on the way back. It's one of my favorite low roar moments in the game. Whoop. Usually I go up that left-hand side. I have a feeling if you take this side, it might be a much cleaner.
You there. Bridges wants you.
Big Boss wants you. Uncle Sam wants you. Take a little drink here. Are you guys seeing that mouse on the screen? I think that came up when I alt tabbed. Keeps coming back every now and then. Hey, love it. Love some of the electronic stuff in these low roar tracks. I'm playing the PC version. Feeling tired? You should take a break.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying IDs. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. Cargo verified. Thank you.
Love Asylums for the feeling. Yeah, we'll be getting that soon. Up next. Hopefully we get more Silent Poets in DS2. Really love the 2 Silent Poets tracks that we get in this.
Hey, Sam. You could probably get that bike running again if you charged it with a generator. Why not give it a try?
Silent Poets are a Japanese group as well. I had no idea at first. I assumed because of the singer that they were from somewhere else. But yeah, Silent Poets are Japanese. 2-person group. And then they just featured that singer for those tracks.
Keep on keeping on. Decontaminating suit. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter. Keep on keeping on.
All right, let's drop this stuff off.
Back, are you?
I'll check my settings in a second. Some of the anti-aliasing looks off.
In damn fine shape. See you around.
Good work. New order available. Please access delivery terminal for further information.
Our hard work is paying off. Hold on a second here. Anything you need. I'm playing on 1080. 120 VSync on. You guys guide me here. I'm not good with my PC settings. Shadow resolution, ambient occlusion. Maybe I should be playing with DLSS. Motion blur. Turn motion blur off. Anti-aliasing is off. Okay, well that explains it. I wonder why that was off. What do you reckon? TAA, FXAA? Turn off depth of field. TAA? I can't use the sharpness. Think I should play with DLSS? You wouldn't use DLSS? I don't know whose advice to take. Yeah, I'm aware of what depth of field is, Mask. Was depth of field turned off? I feel like I want depth of field. It was on. I'm gonna leave depth of field on, I think. Let me try with that off. On TAA, just see how that is. Just experiment a bit. Recover confidential documents for George Baton. What packages do I have currently? Stuff for George, stuff for Nick, Maser gun. Oh, yeah. We have that order to check out the director's cut area. I'm going to drop this stuff off in my private locker for now. Stick that in there. DAA sucks in this game. DLSS breaks some rain effects in this game and droplets on character models and stuff, but generally image stability is good with DLSS. Anyway, let's just experiment, shall we?
Beginning scan. Have a pleasant journey.
Econ keeping on.
Let's use a generator here.
Construction complete.
Wait. Now, I'm just not sure what optional stuff I want to do before taking on the Lake Knot delivery. We have some figurines for Jeff Keighley here, so I think I'll go bring these up to Jeff. Jeff is an optional prepper, tucked away in the land here. I think we'll go pay him a visit. We get a little Metal Gear reference here. One of which is very easy to miss, I think. So let's go up and give the biggest Ludens fan a visit. Oh, no BTs here. I feel like that's kind of unusual. Yeah, he literally plays a Kojima fanboy in this. That's his role. He's the Kojima Productions fan. See, look. He even has their logo. Even has their logo on the side of his house.
Beginning scan.
From Sapiens to Ludens.
Will be locked until departure. Cargo verified. Thank you.
He has their posters on his wall. Alright, Jeff. Character figurine sees he's a gaming fan. What is the description of the figurines? Hold on. Figurines of characters who were very popular in past times. Look at all that rust and wear on my packages.
You the delivery dude? Oh, that's a relief. I've just about given up on you. I don't know how you do it. I really don't. Respect, man. Seriously? Respect.
Love you, Jeff. It is not Jeff's voice, no.
About time I hopped on the whole chiral network bandwagon, am I right? Join the UCA and all that. You can help me do that, yeah?
Just missed some good vibes in the wind farm storm, and now we're visiting Kojima's biggest fan, Jeff Keighley. Kojima's biggest fan playing the role of Kojima's biggest fan in the game. A new strand established. Evil Jeff Keighley. Luden's fan has provided the following new hologram data. Nendoroid Jumbo Ludens.
Oh, thank you, Sam. Hey, take care out there. Hate for this to be the last time we meet, you know? So, I'm gonna need a moment to look over what you brought me. But I'll hit you back via mail after. Promise. Hey, I'm hoping maybe you can help me out again. Don't want to be weird, but I feel you and I might have like a connection or something.
Good work. New order available. Please.
What orders do you have? The Luden's fan. Standard orders. Okay, here we go. Down here. T-Rex models. He wants me to recover some T-Rex models stolen by mules. One out of 2 dinosaur model. A model of one of the enormous dinosaurs that used to roam the planet. Let's go get them. Available fragile delivery to Capital Knot. Sparkling wine. We don't need to worry about too much of this stuff. Not in a run like this. We're not going to be doing 5-star runs. Not on this side anyway. I probably will do some of the optional stuff when we get to the next chapter, but here I don't think I'm too bothered doing too many of the extra orders. I should be good. We'll have the mazer gun.
Order assigned.
Thanks a lot.
So, we have the Kojima Productions fanboy getting us to go and get game-related stuff. You know, he's a big collector of toys and old games. And you might think the Rex figures, that might not be enough to say, oh, this is a little Metal Gear reference, but if we combine this with how the camp itself actually looks, when you look at it from above on the map, doesn't that look kind of familiar? the way this particular mule camp looks. Doesn't that look kind of like Metal Gear Rex? And now we have to go down here to collect Rex models for the Luden span. Alright, let's go grab them. Yeah, the other little camp on the side for the railgun. I'm not carrying any cargo, so I don't think I'll be pinged. Yeah, I'm good. Equipment doesn't count as cargo. Bridges, equipment, PCCs, all this stuff. That's not enough to ping you. Or just part of the environment here. I love this. Love this whole valley area. Hey, Bifrost. Yeah, I'm sure DS2 will be coming to PC eventually. How long was the wait after the release of this game? There's Rex. I think I'm just gonna keep running here. A lot of them are spread out at the moment. Probably gonna get caught here. Oh, I get caught straight away. I assumed he was just gonna stand there for a bit in typical stealth fashion. No, put that away. Where's my maser gun? I'm forgetting my controls. I thought I had a maser gun. He fucking poked the maser gun off me there. You son of a bitch. He did it again. Okay, equip the maser gun before he does it a third time. Alright. Oh my god, everyone's tripping and falling all over the place. Retreat! Retreat! Okay, I used to be better at this game. And thankfully, they're not so great with their arrows. With the placement of their arrows. Okay, see you later. See you later. I should have grabbed the maser gun before I... Oh, I still have the maser gun. Okay, I thought I dropped it again. Both of us fell over. Amazing. Phoebe, take it easy. Okay, I think we dealt with most of them. The maser gun is actually pretty annoying if you get into that kind of situation with it. Because if you miss a shot, if you land a shot on them, you can then hold the button to keep the thing going. You can hold it down until they become unconscious. But if you miss the shot, you just have to wait a second before you can use it again. You can only shoot it continuously if you land on the target. If you miss, you just get a little burst and then you have to wait a second before you're allowed to try again. What's that little symbol above his head? I don't remember seeing that. I think that he has my ladder, that's why, okay. All of this for you, Jeff Keighley. I'm dead! I'm gonna fall unconscious. I don't believe it. Now that is embarrassing. I didn't treat them with nearly enough respect. I thought, you know, fucking tutorial level mules, I can just go in and easily take them down with my maser gun. That's okay. We didn't lose anything too precious, at least. What difficulty is this? Very hard. Alright, watch this. They're not too bad on very hard. Even, you know, it just takes a few seconds to neutralize them with the... tranquilize them with the maser gun. The maser gun is just tricky to use in an alert phase like that. That guy is going up. He kind of saw something. Is he gonna know exactly where I am here? You son of a bitch. I probably won't be playing any more of the thing today, but we'll get back to it. Oh, bolas are super OP, yeah. We haven't gotten the bolas yet. Have a little scan here. Jesus Christ. Now BB's gonna be crying again. Fucking. Yeah. I'm gonna do it carefully. I'm gonna do it slowly. There we go. There we go. Okay. Reload. I don't think the maser gun has this range. It doesn't. It does! No, it didn't. Fucking T-Rex figurines! Figurines and get the fuck out. All right, you better appreciate this, Jeff. I should have looked at my map. Could have went for one of the package throws. Oh my god. Okay.
You've walked up worse.
Okay. I just assumed that big point of interest was Jeff. I forgot that the director's cut area is up there. That new area. Ooh. Nice view up here. Don't want to gain too much speed here or I'll tumble.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID.
Thank you, Sam.
Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons. Delivering cargo.
Hey there, Sam. Glad you can make it. To think, one man carried all this. You're a real badass.
Hopefully he turns up as Luden's biggest hater in DS2.
Again, really happy you stopped by, Sam. I'm a big fan of your work. Big fan.
Good work. New order available.
Here's Jeff.
The paths we walk become roads, Sam. See the tracks you left behind?
You are the Luden's fan after all.
If you were a spy on a mission, you'd have failed. But you're not. So be proud of those tracks. They're proof that you exist. Keep leaving that proof. Let people know you're out there. Give them the courage to come together again. As you expand the network and aid your fellow Americans, you strengthen the bonds between us all and blaze a trail for them to follow.
Kind of an interesting little parallel to Metal Gear they make there. Be proud of the traces that you leave. If you were a spy on a secret mission, you wouldn't be able to do this, or whatever he said. And alluding, calling back to Metal Gear and how In the world of Metal Gear, you don't want to be seen. You don't want anyone to see any trace of you. The exact opposite of what we're doing here, leaving paths for others to follow. Okay.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All
Vintage sparkling wine. Samples of microorganisms. Yeah. Maybe I'll see you again later, Jeff. Goodbye for now.
weapons restrictions lifted.
Oh, it's a cairn. Forgot about these. These cairns, they appear when you rest. And if online everyone rests at the same spot, it'll get bigger and bigger. And I'm not sure, I think maybe at really big cairns it'll take less time for you to like recuperate. It'll affect your stamina in different ways.
Well, at least you know your limits, huh?
Saving your game every time you rest. I know about the mushrooms, of course. Yeah, if a bunch of players piss in the same spot, it'll create a big cluster of mushrooms and will then create a grouping of cryptobiotes that you can pull from. And you'll always be able to take more cryptobiotes from a group piss share than you will from one that just exists naturally in the world. You get more cryptobiotes out of it if it's homegrown.
All right, no rest for the wicked.
I'm not sure if that one even counted because I wasn't like sitting.
Oh, it was about to drop.
I think you need to sit for it to count. Massage those shoulders. That mean you eat things that feed on your piss? Maybe. Those black strands that you see coming out of Sam. As if he's a BT himself.
Okay.
Let's get up. Let me just see here. If I rest over here, I think it should create a cairn.
Well, enjoy it. At least while it lasts.
No, not a proper rest. Ooh. Can't sit down on slanted slopes. Ooh. Let me take that bike back from Benjamin. Alright. Well, we cleared out those mules. So we should be able to just zip through here easily. I guess I didn't clear them all out. That's okay. Yeah, hopefully DS2 will be the first Kojima game with good vehicle physics. I also think it would really fit the world of DS, like, you know, if the game allowed for, oh, well, what's the term? I want to say vehicle combat. Like, you know, if you were traveling in a truck and people were able to attack you while you were driving. Like, you're too safe in this game when you're driving and when you're delivering cargo in a truck in Chapter 3, say, and you're on that stretch from Lake Knot to South Knot. It'd be cool if you were maybe in danger there while you were driving and mules could come and ram you and stuff, but, you know, the vehicles aren't good enough for that kind of gameplay. One spear from you takes you to shut down your vehicle. I still don't think they're enough of a threat, though. Like, when you have your road set up in the late game and you're delivering from, like, one side of the map to the other, there's no threat whatsoever on roads. And, you know, I think roads should be a reward that allows for easier transportation from one place to another. That makes sense. But I think the game would be better if there was still more of a threat. You know, roads would still be useful while also having another threat to keep gameplay interesting. I'm gonna leave this here, I think, and just travel on foot all the way back. Well, yeah, I think roads would still have a purpose. You know, it's not like all of their purpose would be lost just because you have a new threat while you're on the road. You still opened up this path that allows for easier transportation. I don't know. I just think having vehicle combat might suit the gameplay of this game, personally. Like having threats in vehicles trying to ram you and stuff. Potentially damaging cargo that you have inside your truck. Makes me think of Mad Max and Kojima's love of Mad Max. With the Mad Max films, often revolving around Max delivering cargo from one place to another in a post-apocalyptic wasteland while he deals with threats. He's also a pretty similar character to Max in the sense that he's lost his family, becomes isolated, reluctant to connect with others, grows to find connection with people, but then reluctantly fades into the background and isolates himself once again. His arc in this game is pretty similar to Max. And, oh yeah, George Miller is going to be in the second game, right? I don't mind people talking about stuff from the trailers. It's okay. You don't need to worry too much about saying things. It's mainly visually, you know. I just don't want to see. I mean, I don't want to know everything either, but
always like the quiet.
I don't mind if I see a thing here or there. I just don't want entire scenes and what have you spoiled.
Beginning scan. Scanning Bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected.
Hey, Q-Dog.
All weapons will be locked. Welcome to Capital, not City. Proceed to Distribution Center.
Keep on keeping on.
Good morning, Sam. Decontaminating suit. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Sam, I received word from Mama that she's completed her anti-BT weapon. Prototypes of her design form a part of your next shipment. A delivery of relief supplies for the people of Port Knot City. Port Knot City is a fair distance from BT territory, but the weapons should come in handy if any stray too close. They'll also provide people with the means to defend themselves when traveling outside the city limits. The shipment also includes a variety of medicines, as well as human sperm and egg samples. These specimens are essential for maintaining genetic diversity as they were donated by civilians living outside the major population centers. By taking advantage of chiralium's temporal properties, we can ensure they remain viable for as long as required. After the shipment's been processed, connect the Cupid. Now, once that's done, the entire region will be integrated into the chiral network. Afterwards, you'll be pushing on to Lake Knot City. So we've included relief supplies for the people there as well. Of course, to get there, you'll need to cross over the lake in between. Details on that will be in a second order you'll need to accept then. Without a doubt, this will be your longest run for us to date. Make sure you've got everything you need.
All right. We're delivering sperm, which we can preserve for eternity due to the chiralium's timeless magic. It's time magic. Okay, I'll take it. Sperm and eggs preserved using chiralium, rendering the contents impervious to the passage of time. And a medicine pack containing stress relief medicine, various vaccines, an assortment of remedies and other pharmaceutical products. These can be used as a base for further production of medical supplies in the Knot cities. Deliver an aid package from Capital Knot City to Port Knot City, then connect the latter to the chiral network. The package contains medicines, frozen sperm and eggs, and a recently completed anti-BT weapon. Let me just listen to the briefing here, see if it is the same thing.
This order is critical, so humor me while I review the details. Port Knot City's your first destination. You're to deliver relief supplies and bring it into the network. Lake Knot City is your second destination. Again, you'll be delivering relief supplies. You'll also be carrying prototype anti-BT weapons, which will give us a chance to see how they perform in the field. Mama will brief you on usage, so pay close attention. And Sam, as a reminder, this run is no joke. You'll be covering a record distance. Don't take any chances.
I guess it's a slight variation on the same kind of dialogue.
That's a transfusion bag containing blood drawn from you. While equipped, it'll gradually replenish yours.
Okay.
Sam, this is our first attempt at developing an anti-BT weapon. I had to work fast with what we had, so they're basically modified hand grenades. At least, that's how they're meant to function. They've never actually been tested in the field. Who knows? you might be the first person to kill a BT. And wouldn't that be something? But even if they do work, don't forget that they're fueled by your blood. Use too much and you'll give yourself anemia.
So we get introduced to our hematic grenades. Good for taking down BTs. Blood bags to keep our health replenished. Equipping it will restore Sam's blood levels over time by means of continuous transfusion via the cufflinks. That's kind of like a regen effect. If you're carrying multiple blood bags, a new bag will automatically be switched in as soon as the current one is emptied. If you're using a blood-draining weapon, blood will be drained from blood bags before it is drained from Sam's body. I'll take one of those.
We believe that practice makes perfect, so we've added an order to encourage you to take your new weapon to the firing range. Better to learn how to use it in a safe environment than when your life is at stake. Am I right? Hard work pays off in the end.
I'm an undead zombie, Die Hardman. I don't die. But my packages do, and they're what really count. Okay, let's hit the road.
Order assigned. Beginning scan. Have a pleasant journey.
Ow. Now I wish I brought the bike with me all the way. The reason I didn't is because I remembered the low roar track playing on the way back here. But it didn't play. I thought I remembered...
Whoa. That was close.
I thought I remembered Easy Way Out playing on the way back to the capital here. But maybe that's for a different delivery.
Have a pleasant journey.
Sam, looks like you've got some more orders to take care of. Remember, once you get to Port Knot City, you'll be crossing the lake. So you should make any pending deliveries before then.
Yeah.
Take a look at your map and figure out the most efficient way to get to all the places you need to go.
This is what we were just talking about. This is an example here of a group piss. A group piss cryptobio farm. Now I get to reap the rewards. 3, 4, 5, 6. You only get to take a couple of extra. What, you get 2 extra, 3 extra? Why are we only seeing the one guy's name, though? I think we only see the name of the person who planted it initially. Who planted the first mushroom. Ooh, this guy is a big fan of the game. Yeah, he's done every single delivery in the game, I think. I think 540 is the most amount of deliveries in the game. Yeah, I think on my other file I was up to around 500. I think I had like 40 or something left to go.
Sam, having dooms gives you advantages most folks don't have. But as capable as you are, you're also a member of Bridges now. An organization filled with experts in a whole variety of fields.
all of whom are ready and willing to help. The team is here for you, Sam. All you have to do is ask.
You're gonna fucking tell me no matter what, by the sounds of it, Diehardman. My god, they yap on here at the start. Maybe the track plays here? I don't think so. I think it plays on the way back to the capital. Sam! Take it easy. Take it easy. Yeah, to do all of the deliveries in the game, you have to go well beyond 5-starring. There are so many more deliveries that are past the 5-star point. It's quite a grind. Is it really? Shut up, Billy. I don't appreciate your tone, Billy. Yeah, hopefully DS2 won't have as much of an intro. And I assume that people kind of know what the deal is with the game this time around. Oh, it looks really nice. Oh, did I take on the... Did I take on that order to experiment with the BTs? Oh, you just get the tutorial here anyway, right? Or, you know, it tells you how to equip the grenades. Kojima would have to be hired again by Konami in order to make Metal Gear. But we already know that he's planning another stealth action game under a new IP. The working title, which is Fizzant. We know after DS2 he'll be working on some new IPs. Overdose and Fizzant. Fizzant is going to be his big return to the stealth action genre. So it'll be pretty interesting. What is a pure stealth Kojima game going to look like under a new IP? Fizzant. Playing off of the, you know, like human or SIGINT. Signal intelligence, human intelligence in the intelligence agency field. I guess Fizzant is physical intelligence, whatever that entails. Unlike Humint and SIGINT, I don't think Fizzant has a real-life counterpart, right? So what is Fizzant gonna be? I'd love to see Kojima's take on, like, a Hitman style of stealth. Not like, mechanically that it has to be like Hitman, but, like, this... where we're stealthing through the corporate espionage world or something like that, like the sleek corporate world. Corporate espionage, stuff like that. Where we wear fancy suits and stuff. I don't know, something like that. Not a soldier. Not dealing with soldiers and war. I think I'm away from the BTs here. Whoa. Physics! Give me a refill. Give me a refill. Even thinking about my cargo and the damage this has taken doing these fucking jumps. Not that I care too much about my rank, but no, we're okay. It's just the containers getting damaged. Nothing inside has been damaged. Let's stop and get a rest. And then we'll head to Port Knot and listen to some tunes.
All weapons will be locked until the decontaminating suit. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
I can just go down, right? Don't need to store all this stuff in a private locker. It'll automatically come back to me when I come out of the room, I think. Or it'll be put in the private locker automatically. Your work is greatly appreciated. Oh. That feels good. I really feel at one with Sam sometimes in this game. It's a relatable struggle. Carrying shit around.
Good morning, Sam. Blood collection complete. Thank you for your generosity.
You know how it must feel. Okay. Oh, we have Half-Life deliveries to do as well. Very fitting for the subathon. We check the feet. Pretty detailed feet. Look at the bones. The veins. Check on BB.
You okay?
I'm gonna do opposing force before HL2. I don't think I'll have time at this rate. If I can find the time, I will, but I probably won't have time. I'm gonna take a drink for the extra stamina.
You do know what day it is today, don't you?
Oh, Mads, you shouldn't have.
Is it Mommy's birthday?
Oh.
Is
No.
it BB's birthday? No. But today is a very special day, all the same. A special day for a special someone.
It is for me.
You may have forgotten, but I haven't.
Oh, Mads.
Happy birthday.
What a charmer. Absolutely swept off my feet here. I forgot about that. I forgot that he doesn't just wish a happy birthday to BB. He pulls you out of the pod. All right. Yeah, I'll survive without my extra bit of stamina. What do I think of Jordan Peele? I don't really have too many intense feelings about Jordan Peele. I liked Get Out quite a bit. I wasn't as crazy about Us, but I didn't hate Us as much as some people hated Us. And I was kind of mixed on the third one that he made. Or the latest one that he made. I didn't really feel one way or the other about it. No. But yeah, I don't really have too many strong feelings for Mr. Peel one way or the other. Yeah. Lost Steps with the 5, thank you.
Beginning scan. Have a pleasant journey. Keep on keeping on.
Do I need to bring all this shit with me? Hematics. I'm gonna live dangerously. I'm not gonna bring anything with me to support. Just the bare essentials.
Emanating suit. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Oh, that was my private locker. Okay. There we go. Take a bit of that weight off. Got the sperm, got the eggs, got the medicine. May as well drop the mazer gun as well. Now, we never went up to the director's cut building to do the director's cut stuff. We'll do that tomorrow. Ooh, these boots are already in bad shape. Let's go back to the terminal one more time. Stuff degrades fast on this difficulty. Okay, let's do it. You know what? Let's bring one container spray. I'm not done. I'm coming back for more. One container spray. Okay. Let's hit the road.
Beginning scan. Have a pleasant journey. Keep on keeping on. Keep on keeping on. Weapons restrictions lifted.
Don't worry, I haven't forgotten that you're a big fan of Half-Life. Right, thanks for reminding me. What is the deal with this Half-Life shit? Benjamin. You've been working hard, Sam. Your porter grade ought to go through the roof if you keep this up. I wonder though, how's your B I wonder though how your BB's doing. Even if you're feeling fine, it might be a good idea to give the little guy a break from time to time. I don't know. Can't help but empathize with BBs, I guess. Maybe because I'd be one too if my last name began with a B. If you know what I mean. Sweating? So yeah, head down to one of those underground facilities, private rooms, I mean, and take a load off. That's my advice. Your BB'll thank you for it. See you around, Sam. Why the fuck do you have the Half-Life symbol next to your name when you're not talking about anything Half-Life related? You fucking asshole. You better be talking about Half-Life stuff this time. You're doing very well, Sam Bridges. The game just told me you have Half-Life shit to talk about. Maybe that was just the tease, and then after I slept, he gave me the second one. I guess I should expect nothing less from the Great Deliverer, though. Yeah, I've heard the stories. Rumor has it that you're a big Half-Life fan. Once we were united, but now we've been scattered all over. But that's why we've got to keep working, right? Okay, you're a Half-Life fan too. Once we were united, but now we've been scattered all over. Is this what the Half-Life 3 rumors did to the community? You know, back when the games were coming out in succession and you had Half-Life 1 and 2 and the episodes and the DLCs, the expansions, you know, the community was one, but then once it entered the Half-Life 3 phase, the community scattered out. But that's why we've got to keep working, right? Anyway, listen, I've got a favor to ask. I want you to find some lost cargo for me. You know the river to the north of the distribution center west of Capital Knot City? Just follow it northeast from the center and you should find what you're looking for. It's a cube. So it ought to be easy to spot. You've probably never seen anything like it before, so I wouldn't blame you for being leery, but it's not dangerous. It's really, really important to me. Important as life itself. If you manage to find the cube, it'd be great if you could take it to the distribution center west of Capital Knot City. I'll chuck a bunch of likes your way in exchange, of course. Plus a little something extra, too. You're the only one who can help me, Sam. I'm counting on you. Okay, alright, you've convinced me. You've convinced me. Let's go and find this. Let's go find this cube. Hold on a second.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID.
Let me take this off just to take the weight off here so I can sprint down. We'll come back for this.
Clear. All weapons will remain locked until departure. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges. Weapons restrictions lifted.
I think it's over here, right? I think I see it.
Okay.
A cube that's almost as precious as life itself. I can't talk about it, but please just bring it to me in one piece. Is this a reference to Portal and not Half-Life? This has nothing to do with Half-Life.
Okay.
Half-Life, Valve, it's all the same shit. All right, Benjamin.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID.
Keep on keeping
All weapons will remain decontaminating suit. All clear.
Keep on keeping on.
Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Half-Life and Portal are in the same universe. Okay, Portal 1 and 2 are they're goals on the list. And yet they'll be first playthroughs when I play them.
How you doing, Sam? You trying to put the rest of us to shame? Fine by me. Oh, before I forget, this is for you.
Gordon Freeman's glasses. Oh my god. This means so much more to me now after playing Half-Life. After having witnessed the godly powers of Gordon Freeman.
See you around.
Good work. New order available. Please access delivery terminal for further information.
You really are the great deliverer. Damn, he wrote that email fast. Gordon glasses. Glasses worn by a legendary genius physicist. They make their wearer look wise and knowledgeable, just like Gordon himself. The glasses were made to special specifications, and their color scheme is non-customizable, but they should be a perfect fit for Sam's face. You can't go fucking with Gordon's glasses. Don't dare try to change the colors.
Beginning scan. Have a pleasant journey.
Keep on keeping on.
There should be another Valve-related item we can get later. So we need to make sure to get the harmonica from the musician, too. Benjamin. Thanks, Sam. You really are as great as they say. I knew I could trust you, and now I'm closer to achieving my goal. But I've still got a ways to go yet. That was just one step on my journey. I'm going to need your help again, Mr. Great Deliverer. Anyway, did you like those special glasses I gave you? Gordon glasses, I call them. As worn by Gordon glasses, I call them, as worn by one of my world's preeminent scientific geniuses. I reckon they do a good job of bringing out your natural tough guy looks. Nice, thank you, Ben. Oh, I knew I shouldn't have sprinted straight into the packages. I doubt that really damaged them much, though. 2% on the sperm. 4% on the anti-BT weapons. Not enough to hinder our S rank.
Keep on keeping on.
I just want to check one thing here.
All clear.
Well on keeping
Sam
on.
Porter Bridges.
I think he looks pretty good with the glasses. Oh, I don't know about that shot, though. Maybe not. Maybe I spoke too soon. Kind of an awkward shot, lying down on the bed. He'll look better here when he gets up. Oh, he took them off. The cake is gone. From one berry. We have the glasses here again, if we choose to put them on. Okay. I just wanted to see if something else spawned in the room. I won't spoil it for those of you who haven't seen it. Another valve-related item. Okay, how about we do what we're supposed to be doing? Yeah, it's my birthday scene again.
Beginning scan. Have a pleasant journey.
Keep on keeping on. Keep on keeping on.
Alright, let's hit the road. I'll take the bike up to the intersection. My bad. Usually I go straight up through this path, but let's take this alternate path for a change. Curious to see how it differs. On launch when we had to wait for that Audra scene to pass every single time you enter a BT area, and how easy it was to exit the BT area and then enter it again 2 seconds later. What? Like we have another fork in the road here as well. Let's go up this way. You can disable it. I'm talking about on launch. On launch, you could not disable it. It made you really angry, Mask? Yeah, a lot of people were very frustrated by it. I was okay with the cargo thing. I actually kind of liked not having the translucent cargo. You know, because it felt like it factored into the gameplay where you would have to stop and see. I kind of liked that you had the cargo blocking it and that you had to move the camera around to see where it was. I'm not too bothered by the change, but I kind of like the way it was before as well. It's kind of nice that you had to take that into consideration, I thought, even if it was just a small little thing. Oh yeah, this path I don't think is the best path. Oh boy. That's a small drop. That should be fine to drop there. Easy does it. Take this little path down here. Let that refill. Whoa. Gonna be out of juice soon. What the fuck? I thought I was holding my breath while he was doing the fast stomp there. EB approaching autotoxemia. That's okay, we're at the end now, I think. Yeah, with every alert you trigger, BB loses more health. Loses a chunk every time. Cool. by turning off the option in the options menu, SOS. Not looking so great.
Thanks.
Here we go. Hey! not gonna cross. There it is. Beautiful. One of my favorite tracks in the game. We don't get much Silent Poets, but the Silent Poets we do get really stands out. We only get 2 tracks, this one and the one that plays at the one that plays at the end of the game. The next one, Almost Nothing, plays 3 times in the game in total. Before you cross over to make your last connection before the finale. Then on your way back, and then the 3rd time for the credits. I think that might be my favorite track in the game. This one, I mean, Asylums for the Feeling. Some of the lyrics are just perfect for the game, too. It's no surprise he's dooming. Love the contrast between the start and the finish. The first half of the song, the second half of the song, where it suddenly gets very upbeat, very positive. Yeah, they're Japanese as well. Like I was saying before, Silent Poets, they're a duo, I think. They've been around since like the early 90s or something. Yeah, they're a duo, and then they featured this singer for these couple of tracks. The singer, I think, is Australian, or from Australia or New Zealand. Leia Adu, she's a really nice voice. All right, we make our delivery. Catching up with the chat here. You learned something today. Strand is an Old English word for beach. Yes. Yeah, and where I'm from, it's still commonly used to refer to beaches. Yeah, Strand is another name for beach.
One-man army sent to do the work of a team. You and your 2 feet to fill all them boots. Cargo's in perfect condition. I won't lie, that's some feat.
Bridges have provided the following data. Asylums for the Feeling has been unlocked. We can listen to it anytime in the private room. Yeah, gorgeous song.
So you here to usher us into a new chiral age or some shit?
Yeah. That cool?
Hell yeah, go for it. Been waiting forever and a day for this.
There we go. New strand established. Viral network experiments between Central and Capital 1. Yeah, more new interviews here. We'll read some of those at some point.
Wait. Where'd you get that? That little guy? Same as mine. Where the hell did you get it?
Yeah, I can't really say. But the little guy, he came with the pod, if you gotta know.
And who'd you get the pod from?
Igor, from Corpse Disposal.
My little brother. So, what? He just gave one of these to you. Why?
I was there with him, at the end. We were moving a body. Things went to shit. There's BTs everywhere. And one of them grabbed him. So he told me to take it and run.
That's right. So what's your story? You lived through a catastrophe like that, only to keep on doing the same work? Okay. Been a long time coming, I suppose. You take good care of that little guy. He belongs with the expedition. With you.
All right.
Better if you take this with you too, I reckon. Can't think of anyone who could use it more.
All right, so we meet Igor's brother, Victor and Igor. Very Frankenstein. Yeah, I'll take those.
Sam, you've done it. Port Knot City is back on the grid. This community, a part of the UCA. Their data, a part of our shared wisdom. With enough time and enough chiral printers, they'll be able to build ships. And one day, the waters will be ours again.
This golden glow around Amelie.
Led the way. Though what follows in your wake isn't always good. Any city that joins the UCA becomes a bigger target for the terrorists. But we have to accept the dangers and press on, no matter what. The rest of America is waiting, Sam. Waiting for you to take the first step and connect them to the chiral network. I know you can reach them. Make us whole again.
Thanks. One more C in the UCA, huh? So, you fixing to cross the lake and head west?
Yeah. We got a boat?
No, not for years now. Terrorists took out everything bridges that floats. Only boat in town belongs to a private courier.
Private courier? Don't tell me. Fragile Express?
That's the one. I already spoke with their rep. I'm having them load the boat with some of the supplies you brought us. I'll bet the folks in Lake Knot will be tickled pink to see someone come into port. Been a while, I expect. Head on down to the harbor when you're ready. It's right outside the distro center. Don't worry, Port Knot never gets the rain. Feel free to rest up in your room before you head out.
I'm mainly looking forward to the night cycle in DS2, just for how just for the vibes alone. You know, how it'll affect the mood of the game and how it'll color the landscapes as you're traversing through them. Like having loads of nighttime traversal, that's going to create a whole different vibe in the Death Stranding world.
Good morning, Sam.
You only see one portion of this game at night. And it looks really nice, you know, at the start of the next section, the start of the next chapter when we arrive in Lake Knot for the first time. It has a really nice look, you know, you have lights on in the distance. It's going to be really cool to see what the world of DS2 looks like at night.
Blood collection complete. Thank you for your generosity.
Natural disasters at night. Yeah, hopefully they do some cool stuff with it mechanically as well. But yeah, you'd think it'll probably start to feel even more like a horror game if there are BTs and all sorts of stuff out there lurking in the night. All right, let's check in on BB here.
You okay?
The Aurora Borealis sequence is cool in DS1, yeah, when you're on your way back from connecting up the whole network. When you're making your journey back west. Okay, I think I'll head back out.
Brought you an astronaut. Mankind can go anywhere, even outer space. You'll be out of there in no time. And the second all this is over, I'm going to take you wherever you want to go.
Very interesting, the significance they put on the toy here. Can I fabricate anything here? I can. Alright, let's go see Higgs. I probably won't go for too much longer tonight. Maybe after we cross over, I'll call it there for this evening and we'll continue tomorrow. Starting to get a bit tired. Hold on a second. Okay, that should be more than enough. I'll probably be starting around the same time. I might try and get on a bit earlier. I guess I was a little bit late starting today. The goals, the sub-goals screen needs to be rewritten, so that isn't exactly right. Obviously, we already tried out Cyberpunk. I did that instead of having it as a goal. And I'm going to change the arrangement of it. We're going to move Heavy Rain down to 3,000. Half-Life is going to stay where it is. We're going to add Outer Wilds further up. Even though there won't be much of a chance of us meeting it. But, you know, we'll add Outer Wilds anyway. Just to give the fans some false hope. Make them suffer even more than they already have. there are some other small changes I want to make to it as well, but yeah, we'll get that done.
Beginning. Scan. Have a pleasant journey.
Also, big thanks again to Shifty Wizard, who did all the great visual work on the poster. Shifty's been helping me out a lot, actually. Shifty, I had big problems with my VODs. I was unable to download VOD playlists because Google, they were tracking me. They saw that I was downloading mass amounts of VODs, and they stopped me. No matter what software I used, no matter what I tried, I wasn't allowed to mass download VODs. So Shifty was helping me there as well. He was downloading all my YouTube playlists and sending them over to me. Here's again Shifty if you're... Sorry about the audio cutout there. The name's Troy Baker.
Particle of God that permeates all existence. Ah, so it was you that dragged him into all this. Bloodied but unbound. What's that? Bridget Strand is dead. America's last president dead and burned. Oh, and now the girl's been chosen to take Mommy's place. Well, that won't wash. She's not cut out for politics, is she? Oh, but don't worry. I'll find her. And I'll keep her real safe. You see, I've come to understand the truth of the Death Stranding. Oh, there's so much you people don't know. The girl, for instance, she's not like you or me. Dooms ain't her thing. And she's more into destruction on a worldwide scale. An extinction entity. Oh, it's so hard to form connections when you can't shake hands. Fortunately, I've got a good connection to the other side. Now you're no bridge. To me, I'm bound to all of it. This world, that world, and our sweet little angel of death.
Cool shot here.
You're on the menu. All it'll take is one itty-bitty void out to blow us all to kingdom come. So how about it? Aren't you getting tired of the grind? Isn't this what you've been waiting for this whole time? A game over.
Alright, but this boss fight's way too fucking easy for a game over, Higgs. Maybe you'll get me this time. Let's see.
Heads up, Sam. According to our damage assessments, it would only take a single void out to total Port Knot City.
Let's see if it becomes even
allowed
close.
to make contact with a civilian would be enough. We can't let that happen. You've got to deal with that BT right now.
Keep moving. Keep moving. Okay. Oh God. Maybe he will. Maybe he will cause the game over this time. Ah! Thank you, Sam. That's okay. I have a blood bag. We're in no danger. Ooh. I like the hands at the end of his tentacles. Oh, no! Mr. BT? He is spongy on this difficulty. Oh, move out of the way! Oh, I think I might be about to get grabbed. I'm okay. I'm okay.
Sam, you've lost too much blood, and it's made you anemic. Perform a blood transfusion or get some rest before you drop.
Eat! Eat! okay. No, we're fine. He has a one-shot attack where he eats you, which causes a game over. But if he depletes your blood normally by just draining your health, you're okay. You just repatriate. And it'll just affect my rank. No vomit? I'm kind of stuck. Not the best performance, but we did it. Incredible. Simply incredible. C. Yeah, if he kills you, it fucks your rank. You know, if you're forced to repatriate, it fucks your rank, but you can still keep going, so it's still very forgiving. If he eats you, it'll cause a void out, and this void out is a game over, game over. You have to restart from the beginning. You don't get a repatriation. Like I just said, WebTalks, he has to eat you to trigger a void out.
Simply incredible. For the first time in history, a human being has defeated a BT. Were you not a repatriate, I doubt it would have been possible. Not only does contact with your fluids pose no risk of triggering a void out, but in much the same way as your car is rejected by the beach, your blood can be used to expel BTs from our world and return them to the other side. You've given us hope, Sam. Perhaps we may yet be saved.
Be proud, my friend. Amelie's still waiting for you in the west. Head to your boat. It's ready. Get those supplies to Lake Knot City. We're just getting started.
All right. Yeah, boss fights really are not this game's strong suit. I'll be intrigued to see how they are in the second game. I don't even mind having relatively easy boss fights. I just wish they were a bit more interesting mechanically, some of them. And the ones where you have the option to escape and it's just so easy to escape. One of the most underwhelming moments in this game is when you come out from Mama's place and Higgs appears again and summons that lion. And like the extravagance of the scene in contrast with how easy it is to escape just doesn't feel right, you know? They try to make it a bit harder on Very Hard by adding a couple of new lions, just add a couple of ads to it, which doesn't really make it any more interesting. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they do in part 2. Yeah, I don't know. Running away from it feels underwhelming. Like, it feels like it should be more of a challenge to escape the thing. And fighting it just isn't that interesting either, like the attacks that it has. It's like, very bare bones. The cliff sequences are probably the best boss fights. It can be fun navigating through the environment and, you know, trying to get a surprise attack on him. Uh-oh. Okay. Am I gonna get straight on the boat here? Yeah, fuck it. Let's just get straight on the boat. Meglamate. Well, you can't run away from this one. You do actually have to fight this one. I like some of the visual elements and, you know, the idea of having all these platforms that manifest these buildings coming up from the world of the dead. The way he pulls the buildings down, latching his tentacle hands onto them is kind of cool, but, you know, still very bare. Kind of cool enough as a spectacle, I guess.
Gonna catch a ride on that boat, Sam? Before you do, be aware that you'll have to leave behind any cargo you haven't gotten around to delivering. It'd be a shame to abandon something important, though, especially if you were close to finishing a run. My advice, put that stuff in your private locker in Port Knot City. Or, if you're feeling responsible, you could just delay your boat trip until you've tied up loose ends. It's your call.
I'm good. Let's just hit the road. We can come back here later.
Snack?
You came through then.
I don't break that easy. Name notwithstanding.
You saw that asshole too, right?
Higgs. He's the leader of a separatist group.
Seemed to me like he was controlling that BT.
That's level 7 for you. Higher, maybe.
Seems like you know a lot about him.
Used to work together. Guess you could say we had a contract.
You did business with terrorists? Whoever pays, huh?
He wasn't like that back then.
So what's your angle? You want to save the world, or you want to fuck it all up like him?
I just wish things were different, all right? Here's all right. Don't worry, she still floats. Come on, we're the only cargo left. We should get there tomorrow. I told you before, Sam. The past just won't let go. Listen, I have something to ask of you. It has to do with that asshole, Higgs.
I like this little moment where he just passes out here. Hard work. He's been hard at it these last few hours.
Sam? Sam? Do you remember? It's almost time to go, Sam. I had no idea until you told me. No idea that I was alive. Living is no different from being dead if you're all alone.
Poor Mom. I don't want to go home. I don't want to go home.
Here. It's a dream catcher. Wear it when you sleep, and I'll keep the nightmares away. I'll always be with you. Did you forget how to go home? Come on. I'll take you halfway. And then you can do the rest by yourself. Better now? I'll be waiting for you on the beach. Come and find me. We used to play together a lot in this place.
You brought me here. I couldn't make the trip on my own.
So long as you have a body to return to, you can't come and go as you please.
So you can't just come back east through here?
Not until you make us whole again, Sam. I'll be waiting for you on the beach. Come and find me.
I don't know how you sleep. Need a pick-me-up? Welcome to Lake Knot City. What?
Nothing.
Let's go. This cargo is from Port Knot City, bound for Lake Knot. I'll leave these up to you. The dispatch terminal is up ahead. In the meantime, I've got some business to attend to. Later, alligator.
All right, we're back. I like her little later alligator. It's always been one of my favorite little moments in the game with Sam on the ship when he just passes out. The nice sunset, nice little quiet moment. Grab our stuff here. And like we were just talking about now, the only nighttime scene in DS1. Yeah, and now we get to the main bulk of the game, which we will start tomorrow. We'll head up to this next section and then we'll leave it there for tonight. I'm starting to get tired. Need some rest. I'm feeling like Sam now. I need some rest. I need to get some food. I'll be playing DS2 on release, yes, and you can be sure I'll be playing the hell out of it. I'll be playing it all day, every day for Lord knows how many days. Can you save here? Every time you rest, it saves, I think. But we'll head up and do the next section anyway.
Well, enjoy it. At least while it lasts.
The Echo.
Okay.
Just thinking of that scene with the dream catcher when Amelie says it'll keep the nightmares away. Well, in reality, you know, she's using this so he'll have a connection to the beach, has a connection to her, and she implants these nightmares in his head, right? You know, like when she's convincing us to go ahead with the mission at the start of the game. Part of her suggestion comes from that dream she implants in us, right? She shows us a future. She shows us the last Stranding through a dream, hoping that, you know, panic, Amelie's in trouble, the last Stranding is occurring, the apocalypse is happening. Are you full of shit, Amelie, when you're saying it'll help the dreams, it'll keep the dreams away? You're responsible for all these dreams, these nightmares. I never really thought about that in connection to the scene that we just saw. You know, where she's gifting little Sam with the dream catcher for the first time. Although I think in that moment when Sam was a kid, she probably was sincerely...
Don't look down.
I think that was probably a sincere gesture. Even if she then went on to manipulate his dreams to... You know, to show him certain things. All right, let's keep going here. Glow of the light here. Love the little gust of wind there. I don't think I usually come over here during this sequence. I don't think I've ever seen this shot of the mountains in the dark. Definitely looking forward to more of this nighttime, moody traversal in the second game. Oh, hold on, let me try and test something real quick here. Ow. It's gonna end. Oh, this was another trigger point to end the track anyway. I wanted to see if the barrier would cut out the music. Because if these barriers, you see, when you come up to them and move the camera around them, it cuts all the sound from the other side. Probably doesn't affect the music. Yeah, I'm using Sam's talk option now, but you can't hear it because I'm on the other side of the barrier. If I move back to the other side while he's talking.
Here we are.
That's just a cute little thing here. Cool little detail. Alright, let's head down into the belly of the whale. Belly of the beast.
All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
I've lost cargo here as well. I can't share memory chips yet.
Welcome. You're watching your boat move away. I hate to be a hard ass, but I've got to ask. Everything you're transporting above board? Nothing dangerous or illicit? I'm sure they checked you on the way in, but I'm gonna have to take a second look. All clear. Not picking up anything unusual. Cargo looks great too. Been a while since we got some of this stuff. Sorry for the hassle. Can't be too careful these days. Oh, we heard you were carrying a Cupid. That right? You're cleared to link us up.
Sweet! New strand established. We finally made it to chapter 3, where the bulk of the game begins. We finished the tutorial. Our extremely long tutorial. The Eastern Continent is our tanker chapter. Now we're onto the plant. William Lake has provided design data for the following. Smoke. Oh, we get the smoke decoys early. Forgot about this. Preppers, the lake at ground zero. There we go.
So we're finally on the network. Long time coming. We won't hold anything back. Capital Knot Studio will get everything. If all this info sharing makes everyone safer, I'm all for it. You can bet I'm not the only one here
feels that way. I suppose it was better when Bridges 1 first came this way. At least I don't remember terrorists and BTs making our lives difficult back then. Well, be careful out there. The world's not what it used to be. And thank you.
Finally made it past Ground Zero, Sam. Congratulations. And thank you. It'll only get harder from here, though. When we first came through, it was different. Peaceful. The 3 cities out there, Lake, Middle, and South Knot, were all on board with our plans for reconstruction. Fragile Express was contracted by all 3 and kept supplies moving and people connected. But that all changed a year ago, when the Separatists carried out their attacks. One took out Middle Knot City. They detonated nukes from the old days. Half of South Knot City went up in the other.
You orchestrate this, Emily?
Bridges doesn't have the resources to link up the remaining cities on its own. We need to secure the support of everyone, even those who want nothing to do with the UCA. Impossible as that may seem.
The situation has changed dramatically since Bridges 1 first went west. The destruction of Middle Knot in particular forced us to adapt a new strategy. It's like Amelie said, we don't have the time or resources to construct another knot on that scale. That's why we've taken to cutting deals with preppers and the like. Our only recourse is to utilize their shelters to bolster the strength of the network.
Takes a special kind of person to live out here on their own. The kind that'll tell us to fuck off if we ask them to join the UCA.
Oh, we know. No one's expecting them to say yes up front.
We just deliver them shit.
Dealing with most people, they got on okay with Fragile Express.
Don't tell me. You want us to use her credentials to get in good with them?
Bingo. She's agreed to it too.
And in exchange, she gets...
Nothing really. A chance to get back at Higgs, I suppose. I can't blame her for wanting one. He took everything from her and then some. Time heals some wounds, but not hers. The work ahead won't be simple or easy, but it needs doing. Get some rest for now. We'll talk more later.
All that yapping and tire anyone out.
Here.
For me?
It's called a keeper. It means knot in old words. You can also use it to count stuff.
I forgot he gifted her the Kipu.
Okay. Then how about I add another knot every time I see you?
Can you count all the knots? See how many times he's visited?
This must be very important to you if you were able to bring it here. Very special.
It is special. I made it for you.
I'll treasure it, Sam.
Yeah, sometimes I find her quite grating, Ichiban. But I also think there are some interesting elements to her scenes.
Why are you here?
Ask your boss man.
I still find Sam's connection to Amelie interesting.
I mean, why are you here?
Got a delivery for Porter. You're gonna need this on the road ahead. This will ID you as an associate of Fragile Express. It's woven from my blood and chiral crystals. Think of it as a kind of bond. Preppers around these parts won't give you trouble so long as you've got it. We were
Another
the only
item.
people making deliveries out here. This was our territory. Until Higgs fucked it all up. Me, the Express, our reputation, all of it.
And now you want to fuck them back. On your own.
I'm not on my own. The cave, Port Knot City, next to your bed. So far apart, yet somehow we keep meeting. All that BT country in between where I should have been caught in a void out. Yet here I am. Here I am.
You can use the beach?
I have a beach. You've
Stop
got
trying to
yours.
scare me.
I've got mine.
Just tell me. Stop scaring me. Stop teleporting.
I use it to jump across space. I can't conjure up BTs the way Higgs can, but I can go after him. Chase him to the beach. Problem is, everyone's got
Go
their
off.
own way in. I'm only allowed to pass through the beach I know and understand. I'm sure you've heard the term multiverse.
You alright?
The jumps take a lot out of me. Suck my blood dry. You're going to Edge Knot City, right? Place is full of terrorists. But if you're dead set on it, then you're gonna have to deal with Higgs sooner or later.
Look, I make deliveries, killing monsters and terrorists. It's not what I do.
What if we did it together? I could use my power to help you. We don't have to want the same thing to be on the same side. I could send you across my beach. To any place the Chiralian's thick enough. Any place connected to the chiral network.
What do you expect in return?
I expect you to think it over. Here. Call it an incentive. And call me if you need me. This will keep us connected. See you when I see you.
What a tease. All right, so we got a new object of connection here. We got the Kipu, the Dreamcatcher, the Masinga, or whatever she called it. A little bit of chiralium inside the Dreamcatcher, inside the web. Now, I'm looking at your Dreamcatcher, Sam. I don't want to look at your muscles. Gonna have to deal with it. Okay, so we have our little, our armband, our connection to Fragile. The Fragile Express. Now they'll know that we're one of the good ones, that we're with her. We get our fancy teleporting umbrella from Fragile. Now we've unlocked fast travel. Our fancy little fast travel umbrella. Like I was saying before, I like how fast travel in this is, for the most part, pretty disincentivized. You know, you're forced to engage with the terrain. The terrain is the game. And then mainly in the post-game, the fast travel is useful. There's a big trade-off. If you fast travel, you have to leave all your equipment behind. All your cargo. So when you're making deliveries, particularly useful, because you need to take that cargo with you. The look in his eyes here. We check the mirror, see if we can get the nightmare sequence in the mirror. I think I've only triggered this one once before. 1 like from BB. think he gives you more for this later on. We can't get the nightmare. Sometimes when you do that, you'll see ghostly apparitions appear behind Sam. Ghosts of the dead. But it's kind of rare, I think. Check on BB.
Bo.
Got our little toys. Sort of the classic toy soldier look we have with the enemies. Every new, like, special enemy we fight will get their toy in the private room. A toy version of the boss or the enemy will appear in the private room. BTs. Sam just going up against some BTs. I don't remember this one, actually. I don't think this one gets put on the shelf behind you like all the other ones. Or maybe it does. It probably does. He's very proud of these. I'm not sure what we're looking at there. Just mules? Maybe? A truck and some mules? Is one of them pigs? Hold on, let me get close to the screen. I'm not sure. One of them has the BB pod, which could be Higgs, but also could be Sam. Igor and Sam? I think it is Igor and Sam. Yes, yes, that's right. I bet that's it. Anyway, I bet you're right there. Okay, let's head up. I don't think it's supposed to represent the expedition.
Can you hear me? Steady.
I think they're all tied to experiences you have as a player. Stuff that you've seen since the beginning of the game.
Sam, access the Lake Knot City delivery terminal.
Okay, guys, I think I'm going to leave it there for now. We got through our intro. We got through the whole Eastern continent. Tomorrow we'll start up Chapter 3. Tomorrow I might mix in the thing. You know, we probably just won't go all out on the DS tomorrow. We'll mix it in with some of the thing. But yeah, thanks for being here. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed our first Death Stranding session. It was pretty fun, even if we did have to deal with a lot of yapping. Yeah, and apologies for getting just tired over the last couple of hours. I kind of was losing steam over the last hour or so. But yeah, that happens. It's always going to happen in these big marathons, these big chunky sessions that we do. Did I sit down to save? Let's sit down to save. There we go. Yeah, and tomorrow we'll start this up again. Feel free to stick around if you want to watch the VODs. We'll be going back to some cozy Hitman VODs. We're in the middle of Silent Assassin at the moment. Hitman 2. Hitman 2 Silent Assassin, which I kind of struggled with a bit. I wasn't so crazy about Hitman 2 compared to most of the other playthroughs, but we still had a lot of fun. And, yeah, feel free to stick around if you want to watch some Hitman. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks for being here, everyone. I'll see you soon for some more DS. Take it easy. Have a good night. We'll quit out here.